Dzień dobry, witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie.
Welcome. I would like to greet you cordially. This is our second day of the City Development Forum. This is an international conference devoted to urban and city issues. So today we would like to talk about the competences of the 21st century. I would like to invite you to stay with us for the whole day. I'm sure that our speakers, the presentations coming from Poland and from abroad, will be a great inspiration for you, that they will enable you to implement in your daily life whatever you would learn during the day. So first I would like to invite the first Deputy Mayor of Poznań, Mariusz Wiśniewski, to officially start our conference. So, Mr. Mayor, at the beginning I would like to ask you a question. My question is as follows. Are there any differences between what is tested and taught by best schools and, on the other hand, in practice, the best skills that students need to function, to operate in the world of the 21st century? And my second question, our education in Poland, do you think that it can meet the expectations of the labor market in Poland, of sustainable development and new challenges? Welcome everybody. I'm very happy that today we can focus on our discussion on the most important issues, that is the future and the paths that will lead us to this future, and education definitely is one of the elements of that. Just to answer your question, I don't think that will be a surprising notion when I say that I don't really see a full correlation between what is taught at universities and at schools, and on the other hand, when we look at the expectations of the 21st century, because we all the time have to tackle with like old-fashioned solutions, and we can see that a lot of focus in teaching is still on theory instead of practice. All the time we can see a lack of using the key competences by students, and then it's not really expressed by our faculties, by our academics. And we see there is a challenge related to dual path of training in professional or vocational schools. As we can see during this pandemic times, it has been necessary to transfer our teaching, our education to distant learning. So just using the digital opportunities is still a challenge for many, and we can see this as an issue that many schools and universities still struggle with. So there is a question: do we really prepare our students only to sit exams, pass exams, or do we really want to train them, prepare them to use the knowledge in practical life? Of course, we need to be able to ask questions properly, to draw conclusions. These are the most important skills in our today's world. And of course, what we should also focus on is a creative way of thinking, focus of designing, reaching new information, also ability of verifying information coming from internet. We know that we keep saying that we live not in the world of knowledge, but in the world of information. Information can be manipulated, can be deformed, so we have to teach our students how to use information to get knowledge. And of course, we should work with our emotions. Personal development is an important issue. So in our schools, we see many problems related to mental well-being and also challenges for mental well-being. And I think this is a big challenge in the 21st century when educating young people. What is also important is to adjust the curriculum at schools to expectations of future employers, especially when we think about our way of teaching, our education system. But coming to your second question, I think that our education system in Poland, we kind of still focus on the old-fashioned solutions. We are in favor of theory rather than practice. We don't really encourage our students to formulate questions, because through asking questions and then through searching answers to those questions, it is possible to resolve the major challenges that they will face in life. And what is also important, I think, that we should not just stop on complaining. We should just gather all challenges of Polish education system, and after that we should answer those challenges, because I think so far the major problem was that those issues were tackled by a small and narrow group of people. I think that we should depart from this way of thinking. It cannot be a small group of people that would define the education system in Poland. I think that we should have a widespread debate, kind of a forum to define the challenges. I don't think it has been done in a reliable way so far. So, as a response, as a next step of that, we can develop new solutions, of course, with the participation of scientists, teachers, also with the participation of young people, so that this new system of education can be properly adjusted to the challenges of the 21st century. And of course, as part of this education system, we can also train leaders, we can also train proper educators. It's not only about training employees, but we also want to educate people who will create our future reality. So I think this is what I would like to say about answering your questions, and I wish you a very successful debate today. Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. This very thorough diagnosis that was provided by the mayor. Actually, I haven't mentioned that before, that the deputy mayor has been responsible for the Department of Education in our region. That's why his experience is great. So now we can just pass to our first speaker, Fotini Ioannidou, who is the head of the road safety in the European Commission. So this lecture is going to be kind of a linking element between what we talked about yesterday and also the issue subjects that is going to be discussed during our today's lectures. Almost 23,000 people died in the European Union in last year. It's almost 60 people every day, most of them in urban areas. And the most vulnerable users are cyclists and pedestrians. So the European Union wants to implement Vision Zero in our cities. And we will also learn what type of support and assistance, especially financial assistance, can we enjoy from the European Union.
second. All right. Good morning. I hope you hear me. Thank you very much to the organizers of the City Development Forum of Poznań for this invitation to talk to you about the road safety in cities and the views of the European Commission. I'm Fotini Ioannidou. I'm the head of unit of the road safety unit in the European Commission, and very pleased for this invitation. It's clear that we are having also at EU level a clear focus in terms of the road safety in cities, and it's a very important topic that will become even more important with the developments in urbanization. I will be really happy to hear your reactions and ideas once I have finished my presentation, hoping that I can hear also some interpretation in English. So in terms of my presentation, I will start with a few general words about the road safety situation in the EU. Then we'll tell you about our approach to road safety policy, and then we'll share with you some very practical information and advice that can hopefully help you for the concrete issues you are working with. So looking at the situation in terms of overall fatalities, in the EU, you see how much we have gone down since 2010. There has been a long way and huge progress since 2001. We have more than half the number of deaths. But of course, this is not enough. We can never be happy when we have still today, last year, 22,800 fatalities in EU roads. And we have a 50% reduction target for this decade, 2011-2020, which we are not, unfortunately, going to reach. So we should have been, you see, less than 15,000 if we were able to meet our target for this decade. Of course, 2020 will be a very unusual year. We have seen massive reductions in traffic volumes. We have already seen reductions in fatalities. We estimate the number of lives saved due to pandemic to 2,500 EU-wide. But unfortunately, the number of fatalities has not reduced at the same extent as the traffic has reduced, because in fact, we have seen less crashes, but crashes have been more serious. Due, for example, in many areas, we have seen more speeding on empty roads. In any case, this reduction will not be enough to reach our target. The other element in the equation which is important is the question of how member states compare between each other. And you can see here the wide variety of performances within the EU. In the upper left side, you can see the best performance, Sweden, Ireland, etc. On the right side, you can see the worst performance. And the boxes, the white boxes, show how much progress has been achieved since 2010. You can see that Poland, for instance, has gone a long way in reducing fatalities, but unfortunately remains among those that are still close the end of the ranking. So there is big potential still to catch up. And of course, these are only deaths, but we should not forget serious injuries, because these are 5 times as much as fatalities. And often they lead to lifelong consequences and big costs also for our healthcare and social security systems. So if we zoom in to the cities, what does it mean for cities? We know that almost 40% of all road deaths in the EU occur on urban roads. This comes after the deaths in rural areas, which are making half of the deaths. But we should still bear in mind that these deaths happen in a very condensed network, so in a very small network, and so 40% is huge. What we should bear also in mind that 70% of those deaths concern vulnerable road users, pedestrians, cyclists, and motorbike riders. So what is the EU approach in terms of road safety, and how does it help cities? I will be short on the very general points and more detailed on what is more important for cities. And please bear in mind that all points that are highlighted in orange are hyperlinks. So you see the first orange here. If organizers agree, I will share my slides with you, and you can explore all those links by yourself in order to learn more, depending on your interest. Now, what is the essence of the EU approach? The essence of the EU approach is Vision Zero and the safe system. What does it mean? The safe system, you can see it in these homocentric cycles here. What does it mean? It means that we need to tackle the road safety problem with an holistic approach, tackling all aspects that are relevant for road safety, meaning infrastructure, meaning vehicles, meaning user behavior, and meaning post-crash care. What is very important as well is the close cooperation between different sectors. For instance, it's very much important to have a close cooperation with the health sector, and not only. The other elements that are super important for the safe system approach is that we are setting targets in order to have an objective towards working. For this decade, for the decade that is starting next year, we have again set a 50% reduction target, which is not only for deaths now, but also for serious injuries. And the other element of the safe system that is very much important is monitoring with key performance indicators. Why this monitoring is important? Because it allows us to see which are the actions that are successful and those that are not, and so to align our policy response on the basis of real evidence. For instance, we will be starting measuring as of next year, and in all member states, Poland will be measuring at national level, and we are also providing funding for that. Elements like quality of infrastructure, safety levels of vehicles, alignment of drivers with, for instance, speed compliance, how many of them are compliant to speed, or the zero drink driving policies, etc., etc. These are the things we are going to measure more or less everywhere in Europe in order to give the tools at national level and at European level to adjust the policy response. Then we are doing legislative and non-legislative measures. And of course, we are managing a number of funds at European level that could support actions at different levels, national, local, regional. I'll give you very, very brief outline of few legislations, just for your knowledge. So these are examples. First, in terms of legislation, we have recently revised a vehicle legislation called General Safety Regulation. This sets out the requirements for new vehicles to enter into the European market through the type approval. And this, with this revision, we have made safety features mandatory for all cars, some safety features that are super important, also for vulnerable road users, like intelligent speed assistance to enable drivers to respect speed, or autonomous braking for cyclists and pedestrians, whereby vehicles will be braking by themselves in case of detection of a cyclist and pedestrian. You understand these are super important for bringing more protection for vulnerable road users. And please note that these features will be included in all cars, not just the most expensive ones, because some of this is already fitted in the most expensive models. But these will be for all new models as of 2022 and for all new vehicles as of 2024. Second example, driving license. If you have a driving license, it could have an EU format. There are EU rules in terms of the vehicle categories of age and health requirements for a license. And we are at the moment looking into how to update these rules and improve them. For example, we have seen that many countries are interested in introducing virtual driving licenses. And these are convenient, of course, for holders and are very useful for enforcement authorities. We are looking towards the inclusion of these features at EU level and facilitating the mutual recognition across the EU. And when we are speaking of enforcement, there are also EU rules for when a driver commits an offense. For example, when he or she is speeding in another member state, to make sure that the driver can be identified, and the identification is working rather well, but there are still elements to improve in terms of follow-up of those drivers that do not want to pay. We are looking into how to improve these elements now. Let's come to something that is more of direct interest to you. In terms of softer measures, so no legislative measures, we work a lot with cities on sustainable urban mobility planning. These plans should always look at sustainability and safety together, because these are elements that help each other. In fact, when we have a city that is introducing safer infrastructure for cyclists, like segregated infrastructure, people feel much more safe and confident, and they will, by definition, get to cycle more. We have seen evidence in many cities. We have seen that this works, and that's why it's important to see those two elements together. We have also published specific guidance for road safety in cities. So this topic guide that you can click on gives many concrete examples and tips on how to address road safety in urban planning, and we would very much recommend to the practitioners to look at this guide and inspire themselves. We will be soon talking also more about transport in urban areas, because we are reviewing the urban mobility package of 2013. We would like to look at how planning and monitoring could be improved, but also to address issues like urban vehicle access regulation, so access, for instance, to low emission zones from a European perspective, because we are seeing more and more zones like this popping up, and sometimes it's not very easy for Europeans traveling around to read the different schemes and understand them. I would also recommend you to look at our European Road Safety Charter. This is a civil society platform with more than 3,500 members from across Europe. You can find many, many good ideas and tips, and you can link up with other members. And this is open to everyone, public authorities, private authorities, school, universities, researchers, NGOs. And there as well, you can find a wealth of good practices. Another thing I would like to mention, which is interesting for towns and cities in particular, we have since last year established at EU level an Urban Road Safety Award. It's exactly because we believe cities are very important, and we would like to create connections and peer pressure for cities to improve. And this especially for public authorities, municipalities, etc. We had its first edition in 2019, and the new call is out, but unfortunately has closed since the last Saturday. You can see, you will see the link. Here the deadline was 31st of October. As you are thinking of how to improve the situation, you can very well apply for next year. Now I need right. So I was here.
So, Fotini, thank you very much for this very interesting presentation. I'm sure that cities will be able to enjoy and use in practice what you've presented. You're most welcome to visit us in Poznań. This is like an open invitation. And now we would like to pass to the next presentation. Our next speaker is Taavi Kotka, who is advisor and consultant with respect to digital transformation. He was the first director of supervising the digital development of the country. He was among the 100 leaders, digital leaders in 2018. And a few words about Estonia. Estonia is #1 country in the international PISA test, and Taavi will explain what is behind this success and which way of thinking, which processes have been implemented for the last 20 years, and what are the future plans in that respect. And I think that Taavi will also present the latest project, which is a great inspiration for him, and as he's saying, his most important project, and it is focused on attracting young girls, young women to IT, to robotics. Well, the floor is yours.
So, hello, Poland. I hope you hear me well. Greetings from Estonia. My name is Taavi Kotka, and yes, I'm the former Chief Information Officer of Estonian government, but also most of my life I've been working for private sector, like in building up different IT firms and startups. So today I was asked to talk about Estonian education and like how technology has helped to build, to get us to the first place, at least in the PISA test in Europe. And what is the role of technology and community of this achievement, and how this could be used also when building smart cities, countries, etc. So one more aspect for myself. I'm an engineer. So my education, my hobbies, everything has been related with this. But as already said, most of my life also have been entrepreneur and the leader. So to introduce Estonian journey here is that when we broke apart from Soviet Union in 1991, it was clear for us, for Estonia, that it's a small country. People-wise, it's only 1.3 million people, but it's a huge country on land-wise. Not as big as Poland, but bigger than Switzerland or bigger than Denmark. It was clear that, let's say, in rural areas, in small towns, we cannot afford government officers. We cannot have banks in every small village. So we have to push people to use internet. We have to push people to use computers. And this led Estonia to become very highly digital and very advanced with digital solutions. So basically, the government, the public sector, followed what private sector was doing. As you remember, private sector did their major digital transformation 15 years ago. So Estonian government followed this and also very actively worked with private sector how to build together the digital society. So I think that was one of the smartest decisions that the government made 20 years ago. The fact that you can't build digital society in a way that there's a private sector and there's a government sector. Everything you do, you have to do it together. And I don't go those 7 principles because it's not talk about talk we need to do today. It's a different story. Today we talk about more about the education. But I will mention a couple of core elements that were extremely crucial for this digital transformation and also very important to set the scene for the education. So first of all, it's identity and the fact that like in Poland, like in Estonia, everybody has unique identifiers that can be used by both sectors, by the public sector and the private sector. It's a public number. It's like a digital name, which means that as every person starting from the age 15, this is mandatory, everybody has these identifiers and they have a digital identity. Also means that we can combine, the unique identifier comes from birth, but the identity is from the year 15. So it means that we can combine all kinds of data sources in private sector with the public sector. So what it means is that as everything is connected and can be queried, obviously, in a consent basis, means that, let's say, we can basically analyze at the moment, how your curriculum, what you had in your high school or in your elementary school, how this has influenced your salary today. So this is an ability to combine all kinds of different data points. And now where it's a time of AI and ML, it gives us a huge insight about things like how certain events influence particular results. So this next picture is very important. This is a snapshot of everyday Estonian different registries and applications, and also in both sides, private sector and government sector, talking with each other. So if you think about Estonia, if you think about the things I'm talking today, think about that everything can be connected. You don't have to, but it's possible. And there's no some kind of central middle layer that everything goes through, but it's point-to-point, peer-to-peer connections, but everything can be connected. So if I want to combine different data sources, if I need information from the other source, I can instantly get it. So let's say, what is the absence rate in Estonian high schools? Boom, that's a number, and that can be calculated. What are the curriculums that our secondary school is following? Boom, it's all there. So that's important, for our next talk. Just another example to explain this, that everything is connected. This is a Estonian patient portal, for example, and as you see here, there are all my epic crises are here, all my hospital cases are here, all my medicine is here. So it doesn't matter where I actually, in which hospital I went, everything can be combined, everything can be brought in front and then can be examined and analyzed. And obviously it raises a question Big Brother watching about Estonia together, similar to Scandinavian countries. We have solved this privacy problem that people are actually very reluctant or very willing to share data because they understand that it gives them power. If they know about, if they give out data, they receive the data. And we also believe that if you consent to data in any cases, you're actually controlling it better than compared with let's say solutions in other countries. To give you an example, every doctor has an access to all kinds of epic crises in Estonia. So every doctor could, let's see what are the problems with the prime minister, or what are the medicine that the president is taking. But all those requests or queries, they leave a mark. And if somebody, there are regular audits, and or the president herself or the prime minister himself sees that, okay, this doctor has looked at my data, they can instantly make a request why my data was looked at. And if you don't have a reasonable explanation why you looked at the president's data, you get fired as a doctor. And if you think about it, you have studied 7 years at the university, and suddenly you just wanted to sneak or peek what are the illnesses of the president, and now you lose your career. Nobody's willing to do that. So, and this self-control system has led us to the system that we can even, we trust the digital systems to extent that, for example, Estonia uses internet voting, which is we are the only country in the world who votes over the internet. And as you see, we started in 2005, and it was a very low participation rate in e-voting. But last elections we had 2019, you see almost half of the people are actually voting over the internet. So it means that they are voting inside their home or apartment, or when they are riding with their yachts or whatever, and they can vote using their computers. Obviously, this for you might raise a question what if somebody pulls me a trigger and says you have to vote for me. Yes, this can happen. You can push people in front of you, or person in front of you, to vote for you, or for the candidate. Let's say, vote for Trump, for example. But the system works in this way that in internet, you can vote as many times you want. Always the last vote counts. So even if you push me to vote, let's say, for Trump, when you leave, I can re-vote. And I can do this re-voting as long as the election process lasts. So actually influencing this people to vote for them doesn't make any sense. And also buying votes. Let's say I give you 50 euros and please vote for me. And I do it in front of you and you give me 50 euros. But when you leave, another guy comes in and I also charge 50. So you can never be, there's no point to buy a vote because you cannot be sure that that person doesn't vote again. So, why I just explain this is that when you're highly digital and when your society, it doesn't matter if it's a country or a state or city, you can come out with totally new type of thinking. You can come out with totally new type of solutions, and they can be beneficial. For example, if you look at what happens in US at the moment, you have seen the huge long queues in corona time, in US, people waiting hours to get to the polling station to cast a vote. Why? Why can't you just they are counting the votes at the moment because they are on paper, came by the post, takes days, and instead you could have technology and 5 minutes and you have the voting count. Sorry. Connection was lost. Can you hear me now again? Somehow the connection was lost. All good? Okay. Okay, I continue. So, but let's go on from here. Another aspect, like what we believe in Estonia, is that that the world will go more and more global, which means that the like services that has been monopolized by the countries, let's say education, healthcare, business environment, taxes, etc., this will change. So people become more and more global. They become the provider services more and more globally. Yes, like COVID shows us that you can shut them down. It means that they don't travel, or they don't fly. But what you can do is that still you can work from home, and digitalization means that people will do it more and more, and the customer base most probably will not be in the same location, in the same area as it used to be. So, I don't know if you know the Estonian 10 million ambition, but Estonia is 1.3 million people, and we want to grow 8 times. So we want to become a 10 million country. Still, I mean, way more to go to be comparable with Poland, and but I mean, at least we try. So, our idea is that we are far north, means that its weather is cold and windy, and nobody wants to live here physically, except Estonians or Finns. But what if we can somehow connect people to use our digital environment? I mean, we are capable to serve Estonians all over the world. So why not we offer this opportunity to other people? Let's say, I mean, now Brexit happens, UK will be outside of EU. You want to do your EU business more conveniently, you need a business environment or a firm inside the EU. Boom, become an Estonian, become an EU resident, and you can have it. So yes, I mean, those are my children. So actually, it's only 3 of them here. I have now 4. But physically, we are not capable to grow up to 10 million. Organic growth is possible, but it takes too many decades, or even centuries. So that's why we invented this e-residency concept, and I even have a shirt today, to support this program, because we believe that people will start using technologies and the environments where they want to run their businesses according to the convenience and price. I mean, if you think about it, 20 years ago, the way you bought music was CDs. And the CDs were actually very comfortable to use. You put it in the machine, the sound was clear, and it was a huge development from cassette. I mean, cassette, remember, it was a waste of time, and you never could understand where the song starts, or how to find let's say the second song from the B-side. So CD was extreme improvement. And you remember, one CD costed, if you didn't actually buy it from the Polish market, it was 10, 15 euros. So extremely expensive. And let's say, even if you like one song from the CD, you actually had to buy the whole CD. And this business was transformed, starting by Apple, but followed by others. And today, nobody buys CDs anymore. So you now pay $5.69 or $5.99 to Spotify, and you have the whole world in the music, the whole music of the world. You can combine all kinds of playlists, and even if you are willing to listen to advertisements, it means that you don't have to pay at all. So suddenly the whole industry was transformed. So we believe that those kind of things will continue, and that's why the governments need to be ready, or cities need to be ready. So, for example, if if running a company in Germany costs like 5,000 euros per year, and it's a huge waste of time and bureaucracy. And then there is a country who provides you an environment that it's hassle-free and like you have to only pay 75 euros per month, something like that, and everything's taken care of. I mean, people will vote with their legs. So we don't think about that, like the fact that the CD store that sold CDs next to your corner is now bankrupt because like nobody buys CDs anymore. You don't think about that, oh, but now I pay to Swedes because Spotify is a Swedish company. Or like if I use Uber, the money goes through Netherlands. Like so you don't think about those kind of things. Like so because the only thing that people care is about by their own. They care about their own like convenience and wallet. So they want to like be efficient and keep it cheap. And this means also that you have to follow and understand the trends in education. Because definitely education won't be an area where, let's say, I mean, you only provide, I can relay that, like Estonian children will go to Estonian schools. I mean, it's not that. I mean, I can go get an MIT degree from Boston today without leaving Estonia. I can like send my children virtually to all kinds of universities. And it's just a matter of time, well, how it continues and like how we're going to see people buying like services from other communities just because they believe it's actually better for their children. So that's a huge challenge, and that's why you need to be ready, and that's why you have to invest a lot, like to improve your education system and then to be best there. So. Estonian education system is, I think, the same like in all other countries. Like so, there is now nothing specific here. Like there's an early childhood education, then there's basic school, and then the secondary school, and then you go to the university if you want to, or technical college. But so there's nothing special here. But there is something in the system that puts Estonia into the picture. So this is the latest graph I have about the PISA tests. PISA test is a standard educational test where all OECD countries participate. Also Poland, so have like better statistics here. So and Poland is doing great. Like you have nothing to worry about, but definitely everybody can do even better. So we were. Like always, how say, I mean, powered like we looked at our neighbors, our older brother. We looked at Finns and Finland, and they have been always very good with education. And the Estonian like approach is slightly different, but they have been always like a great brother for us, a brother country for us. And just to comment quickly, like what is Estonia like what is the different thing here is that we have a very powerful national curriculum, so which means that like Finns have. So it's very clear what are the results that or skills that children need to be able to achieve or like what skills they have to have after a certain time period. So that's very clear. So the KPIs or the goals where like you need to get with your education, it's quite clearly defined. But the way how you get there, like what is the path you are choosing, that's very open. So and schools and especially teachers have a huge autonomy here. So they can choose the methods, they can choose the tools, they can choose the applications, the ways they teach, like. So that's like for the teacher to decide. And I think that has been like very powerful tool like for our educational systems. Like also, obviously, there is a huge support with digital devices and different applications and content environments and etc. And all this content is not just in Estonian, but as you know, we have a quite significant Russian community. So it's actually in two languages. But what's also is important is that, and I think it's very important from the smart city perspective, is the involvement of the parents and the involvement of the community, which means that it was done already in 2002, so it's like 18 years ago. We started, back then there wasn't any smartphones, but back then we had like computer, like PC applications, but now everything obviously is in the apps. It's the parents are actually very much involved in every study and like how the children are performing. So every school in Estonia has some kind of e-school system. So I just present you something where my children are going. So you see, I have like 3 children going to school, the same ones who were in the picture actually. I can choose like my let's say choose my girl here, like my daughter. So sorry, it's like descriptions are in Estonians, but like you get the idea. So I can every day see how she performs. Like if the teacher like puts the grade into the system or like a new task, if I have notification activated, I can instantly get them here. But also what is important here is that I see how my child is performing against the class. So you see there is a literature lesson and there is I cannot see which child got like which amount of points, but you see my daughter got 88 here. And I see that 88 is almost the maximum. So not the best one, like there is one guy or girl who got 90, but she got 88. And like at our home, we have a rule that we don't push our children too much. But if you start, like if you're not in like, you don't have to be number 1 and not even in top 8. But if you fall into the last third of the class, like you are among the last third, then like we as parents, we activate ourselves, and which means that we'll start helping you to climb up in the overall statistics. So it means that we basically become with my wife like substitute teachers. And this worked especially well in COVID time, like because we were used to help our children and we were used to work with them and explain, and then so we have time in our calendars, in our evening calendars, because we know that we have to deal with this to support like the understanding of the new chapter or like of new content. And I think that has been one of the like very powerful combinations between the teachers and the parents, that like as everything is transparent, like we need and we see and we understand like how this, like what they're studying, like, and how they're performing and how well it goes. It gives us like a huge chance to understand like how can we help and like where we need to support our children. And this gives like this positive competition, and I see positive competition. There is no like a huge like punishment, like if you don't deliver your results. But it's a positive competition because everybody wants their children to be slightly better. But if like my neighbor's child is better than mine, then I help my children. Like it takes like this positive competition, and that's why I think that this resonates with the results in a PISA that you saw in the beginning. So what else is interesting is that having this transparent ecosystem and like digitally connected ecosystem, and also having this trust among our society, like you can like try out totally new kind of concepts. And as a finish of my presentation, I wanted to share you one of the challenges I've been personally involved in the last couple of years. So we started to solve a problem in Estonia, like why we still don't have enough girls and ladies in ICT or IT sector. So it's a common problem in EU. Estonia performs better than most of the EU countries, but still like it's not enough. So like we have like 21% women in ICT, for example, at the moment. The EU average is around 17. But it needs to be even better. And running all those different IT companies I always wondered why ladies don't actually be involved more with ICT. Yes, the numbers are growing. It gets better in all countries, but still, it's significantly more like men area than a female area. And so I started to challenge this problem, and we started to look what is another other experience around the world. Not much to copy or learn from, but we thought that what if we take the girls-only approach? So we started a small group here in North Estonia, and we started to teach girls in between age 7 and 13 technology and programming and drones and other stuff, but we removed all the boys. So we did the same thing in physical Tura. You have boys and girls group, even though 10-year-old girl most probably runs faster than 10-year-old boy. But we did the same with technology teaching. So separate groups and girls only, to see if it actually has an influence to the girls, and are they willing to participate and study more robotics and programming or not. I mean, before that we had, let's say, a robotics group of 10 boys and 1 girl, or programming group 20 boys and 2 girls, something like that. So 1 to 10 was the ratio. So we thought there has to be something wrong, and it can't be that the girls are not interested in technology and they are more interested in toys and Barbies. And today I can tell it's completely wrong. I mean, they are extremely interested in technology, and if you give them an opportunity, they truly want to participate. But there is a fact: you have to remove the boys. Somehow this becomes a more convenient environment for them. So we started a couple of years ago with just 17 girls here in North Estonia. And today we have more than 1,200 girls participate. Yeah, it's a small number in Polish scale, but thinking about that, it's just a community initiative. Parents came together and then thought that, okay, we will start coaching our girls in a new different way. It's an enormous success. Less than 2 years, from 17 to 1,200. And we run it as a private initiative. There is no government money involved. There is no absolute zero government money. So it's supported by our private entrepreneurs, and the lessons are given by the parents themselves. So what I want to tell you is that you can make a change with just the resources you have, without having some kind of European project or whatever grant to do something . And as I said, this is extremely popular, and they don't give up. And you see their skills developing. You start with very simple stuff in programming areas, and now you see how they handle drones, or how they actually are capable to do electronics. I mean, the skills are very rapidly advancing, and they basically catch up with boys very quickly. So what I want to show here is that at least today, they feel much more comfortable with technology. They see this might be also a future for them. This might be a future opportunity to be part of. And now the whole program is not in North Estonia anymore. It's all counties in Estonia except one in very south. So this is an average logistics center. So it's a garage, and those boxes are full of one lesson actually is mounted in one box. And if you are, let's say, a teacher in some kind of island in Estonia, you get the box, you open it, you deliver the lesson, and you send the box back to us. And this is very cheap, very affordable. And once again, I said, in this level, from between 7 and 14 years or 13 years, the teachers, they don't need any specific skills. Parents can do that if the video materials or the materials are good, the content is good. And you see the shine, this is the average box, and you can see the shine of the girls in their eyes when they're doing this, because in every lesson they achieve something. And it's not a competition. They don't get grades, but they learn new skills. I mean, it's an extremely like fun and powerful moment. And like, if you take one thing like from my presentation today, then this can be like an issue to copy, like to run a similar thing, like technology courses for the girls only. And you don't have to do like video it, like everybody gets the hoodie and like everybody shares the same. You see the unicorn girl behind my back at the moment. It's the same girl here in front of the slide. Like that's the mascot of the whole movement. But just like getting your girls interested in technology, this can be a very good and simple example. So. If you want to see more videos about this, you can search HK Unicorn Squad in YouTube, and then you find like what are the lessons and like, I mean, they're just like those lessons you find there are just like descriptions and what's happening. You see the girls doing stuff. But obviously, if you start providing these courses, like the content will be more concrete, and it's all free of charge. Like I said, it's paid by our angel investors and not angel investors, but like our entrepreneurship or like entrepreneur community, like IT entrepreneurs. So it's free of charge for the parents and obviously for children. So the president also helps us, like also supports us. She's a lady. You can see the summer camps. So powerful stuff. Like, and please, like, initiate something like this also in Poland if you already don't have it. Yeah, and also scientific competitions, like also very important in Estonia. Very successful. More than 10 years we have had science competition between the big brains. And they are very popular in TV. People are like children are gathering every Saturday to see like how the competition goes, even if they don't understand the chemistry enough. But it's a great show, like to follow. And that's it. I mean, that was my introduction to education from Estonia. So if you have any questions, please, I'm willing to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this fantastic presentation. I hope this will inspire Polish NGOs and Polish schools. I was really interested in what you said about cooperation with private organizations. You said that those ICT courses for girls are free of charge for parents because they are financed by private companies. I hope that the Polish business sector will follow suit because this is the future. ICTs and robotics, that's the future of every city, every country, and involvement of women is extremely important. I hope we will stay in touch, and for this project or for others, stay healthy, stay safe, all the best to you and your family, and see you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember that you can ask your questions via our online chat functionality. We will forward your questions to our speakers. The next speaker, David Sim, is the creative director in Copenhagen. He's a lecturer in design schools all over the world. Yesterday we had a presentation where Piotr mentioned a number of literature about urban areas that should be compulsory reading. I would add one more. That's a book by David Sim, The Friendly City. The Polish translation will be published in December. So what makes a city a good place to live? How do you make it in an affordable way? How do you maximize services? David will talk about this in his presentation. He will talk about how to make cities for people and how to use new technologies in planning processes. David Sim, the floor is yours.
Disabled. Hello, and thank you very much. What an honor to be part of this important event. A few problems to start with. I've got a sore throat. I've got a Scottish accent, and I've probably got a 1 hour lecture I'm trying to squeeze into half an hour, because there's so many things I'd like to share with you about this idea of soft city. You've heard about smart city, soft city, or as we maybe call it in Polish, friendly city. Now, what makes a soft city, a friendly city? This might surprise you. This is Malmö in Sweden. Who would have imagined that Swedish people would dance tango on a spring evening, and all kinds of different people would gather in the public space? And this is a symptom of a city which is performing well, that in a newly built area, people choose to hang out and spend time in the public space. It's, if you look at this place, you can see it's kind of very diverse. It's very quite dense. You see a lot of different colors. And if you look closely, you see the buildings are quite close together. Different colors, different spaces, and much smaller spaces than maybe you're used to seeing. And that's maybe because human beings are actually quite small. And the environments we thrive in are actually have this, what we call human scale, a scale which fits our bodies, the pace we walk at, and this space which allows us to meet as neighbors. And like something as simple as a neighbor opening the window and speaking to a stranger walking by. This is the scale of cities. And this human scale is rather often the scale we forget about. We forget about it in the practice of architecture and planning, but also I think we forget about it in the education of our architects and planners. What makes a human scale? This is also in Malmö. One of the results of this scale is also trust, that people let their children go outside. They can sell coffee and juice to strangers and make some extra pocket money. Or even that kind of, I don't know, holiday feeling that a residential neighborhood invites you to take your pizza outside, you take the family down to the waterfront, and you feel a little bit like you're on holiday. And sometimes it can go a bit further, and of course it's Scandinavia, so we're Vikings. So you might even jump into the water, have a swim. And this suddenly you see another kind of behavior where people walk around the neighborhood in their dressing gown. And how friendly is that? How cute is that? How sweet is that? And, you know, and when they go for a swim, they leave the door open. Yes, they leave the door open because the cat has to go outside. They leave the door open as if they were living in a little village in the countryside. And so there's this connection between the scale and the feel and our behavior. And in this way, you could say that neighborhood is not just a place. it's also a state of mind. And you might be thinking, oh, that's so cute. Swedish people dancing tango, going for a swim. There's so much serious shit we have to deal with when we're planning. We have a climate crisis. Even in Scandinavia, we're having this crisis. We're having a huge problem of congestion. And this is connected to the way we've built our cities, because everything is separated. And so we have to travel constantly to have a complete life, to get work, to get educated, we have to travel. And then the solution of more urbanization. And if you Google urbanization, these are the images you see. It's not maybe the city, the human scale city you dream of. So people are very threatened by this change. And at the same time, in our cities, we're seeing a pandemic of obesity. And of course, heart diseases. And because people are not moving about enough. And we're also, most ironically, in our cities, seeing a pandemic of loneliness, which is, so ironic. And at the same time, our cities are becoming more and more a forum of inequity. All of these things we have to deal with. And at the same time, we're trying to build sustainably, thinking about the environment, social, economic sustainability, and how do all those things connect together? And I suppose in the city is where it all comes together. And somehow it's this, being connected, people to people, people being connected to place, a cafe on a street, on a square, and this connection between the world inside and the world outside, and just opening up a window, opening a door, being connected. These are about relationships. And neighborhood is about relationship. And where you can see it working, and here we're back in Malmö, you can see these women sitting at the front. They're not ethnic Swedish, but they're there. They're part of Sweden. They're part of life. And if we can meet different people in the public space, we can begin to start to maybe approach some of the challenges we're dealing with, spending more time outdoors, more connected with nature, moving about, being a little bit more healthy. Now, I live in a place called Lund in the south of Sweden. Looks like this, nice traditional social spaces. But this is what we're building. This is what comes out of the building code. This is what the architectural education gives us. These are the new areas in Lund. These aren't streets, they're not squares. Buildings that are not really connected to anything, closed inside, no place to walk. So something's gone wrong. We're not learning the right things. We need to connect people to place, we connect people to people, and people to the forces of the planet. And I guess that's what I've been really interested in, this idea of a soft city. How, with incremental steps, we can connect people to the forces of nature, to live with the weather, so to speak. How we can connect people to place, open a door, open a window, have a street, your square, your local neighborhood, backyard, how we connect people to place, and how through mobility, because physical mobility is also about social mobility. So how all those things connect together with small human scale steps. And I guess that's what I've been thinking about over the last few years. And I love this picture. This is a shocking picture from about 1850, showing the shocking social and economic difference in Paris, in Haussmann's Paris. You can see the levels of wealth and poverty. But at the same time, this is a wonderful image because the rich people and the poor people were living in the same building. They were sharing the same staircase. When they went outside, they were sharing all the same amenities, the same assets of the city. Nowadays, those poor people upstairs, they live 20 kilometers away, far from the city, far from all those assets. So I was interested, how can we better accommodate things? And there's something about an equation that density times diversity makes for proximity. That different things close together, you're more likely to be close to them. So can we go from this kind of city, the kind of the modernist city, which has been perpetuated for the last, since the 1930s, to something, you see everything here, you've got one kind of building, one kind of space, to a city which gives us different kinds of spaces, fronts and backs, boulevards and backyards, streets and courtyards, different levels, a much richer city, which will accommodate more. And that's why I've made this book, Soft City. And at Gale, my office, we have a tradition of writing books. And it starts with Jan Gale. He's now 84. He's it says here in Danish, the Robin Hood of architecture. And what does that mean? It's kind of like, what's the story of this man who wants to give the city back to the people? Jan Gale's story is a love story. He met an environmental psychologist, Ingrid, in the 1960s when he was newly qualified. And it's kind of a bit sweet because she didn't want to date him because architects built these kind of places. And she was very critical. And Jan tried to explain the current theory about separation, segregation, zoning, all those things. But she could explain. She was a girly swat. She knew her research and studying. She knew that these places didn't work. She knew, for example, from studies, that children, when they started school, couldn't find their way home because all the buildings looked the same. And there are things we could learn just by studying. And so, because Jan was in love, he kept the conversation going. And together, Jan and Ingrid researched, and they created a new field of psychology and architecture coming together and trying to understand, well, what really works? It's got to be something much more objective, like what really works. And that's been the work of Gale, which has now taken us all over the world. And it's gone from being one man to a whole office, working all over the world, trying to make better cities for people, understanding how behavior connects to the way we live. And so, what's the theory of that? So I'll now go through some theory about what Jan learned on the way. And of course, he was thinking, how can you work all over the world? Cultures are different. Italy is different from Denmark. I mean, come on, Warsaw is different from Potsdam and from Gdansk. Even locally, we know there are cultural differences, there are climatical differences. But what we also know is that people are the same kind of everywhere. We all kind of come in the same physical package, and we kind of behave in the same way. So you can see these different parts of the world, very similar behavior when people get together. Our sensory system, where we smell, we taste, we see, it's all concentrated up here on the top of our head as we move around. And it's no coincidence that markets all over the world, whether they're in Switzerland or whether they're in Japan, they do the same thing. They lift the fruit and the vegetable to be closer to our senses so we can see and touch and smell, because we all operate in the same way. And similarly, wherever we are on the planet, what we experience at eye level is the most important. What we see, we don't look up, we look at eye level in our field of vision, what entices us to walk down the street. And you can see here in old Stockholm, the architect or the builder has spent all the money in the first 3 meters, because that's what's at eye level. The buildings are very simple above. And if you look around your city, you'll see often the old buildings are very plain upstairs. Concentrate, seduce us at ground level. The shopkeeper has this decoration. Maybe I'll find those shoes or that bag. I'll keep looking. This street, designed by a very famous architect, Arne Jacobsen in Copenhagen, the most expensive facade in Copenhagen, Carrara marble, and maybe the most boring street. And in less than a second, my brain has told me this street will give you nothing. There's nothing for me. I won't meet the love of my life on this street. I won't find fruit or find anything interesting. So the street turns me away. And the name soft, we talked about soft or friendly. Jan Gale started talking about, this is a hard street. Can we make a soft edge, a soft street? When we open up to the senses, when we connect inside and outside, when we make for sociable connection, this is softness. And so this is what I was thinking about when I was developing the soft theory, the friendly theory, and seeing something as simple as a window. This is in São Paulo, Brazil. A former shop has been turned into a community center. And you've got an invitation not only to watch, but maybe to think you might actually go inside, to take part. And I said earlier that there's been an epidemic of loneliness. Now, here's some city life. Swiss people playing chess. And that's not the most exciting thing you could think of, but is for these lonely men, it's better than nothing. This gives them a legitimate excuse to spend time in the public space. Maybe even the legitimate excuse to have a conversation with a stranger. Oh, terrible move. And in our lonely world, this is very significant. Connection to nature. We know that the Swedish research, if we see a tree from our hospital bed, we'll get better faster. And that sounds kind of nice, cute, but planting trees is cheap. Having people in hospital is expensive. And this can make us think about questions of public health. And of course, it's very funny to laugh at the United States taking the escalator up to the fitness center. But of course, we need exercise. And you can ask a district nurse or a surgeon, what's the foundation of public health? And they'll tell you the same thing. Fresh air, exercise, meet people. What we need to do is we need to get outside, move about, and be in contact with other human beings. This is from the BBC's homepage. Walking would save thousands of lives in the UK. Here's another one. Walking cuts breast cancer risk. So suddenly this question of how we make the city and this idea of sidewalks and walking suddenly becomes relevant because we're actually talking about reducing breast cancer. So everything's related, everything's connected. And of course, we know, for a young child can recognize a space that's made for them at their scale. At last somebody's understood, I'm only 1 meter tall. But in the same way, we need environments which respond to our bodies. And this is why we go on holiday to Venice, the most expensive pizza you'll ever have. But it's wonderful to be in this closed, tight environment where you can touch a crumbly building, you can smell the perfume, you can smell the coffee. This makes it very interesting to be alive. We appeal to the senses. And I guess what's interesting is Copenhagen has found many of the solutions which has made it possible to live a comfortable, enjoyable urban life, spending a lot of time outdoors. Maybe the first big thing they did was in the 1960s. And I think we may have lost. And are we still there? I think we've had a technical problem. Can I speak? Yes. Is this working? Yes. Okay, so Copenhagen has gone from being a car city to a people city, where it's a joy to walk down the street, even on a winter's day, to be outside, to smell the coffee, smell the sausages, and investing in public space is a very cheap thing to do, but it's made Copenhagen maybe the most livable city in Europe. And on the waterfront, where the rich tourists drink Chardonnay under the white umbrellas, but in the same space, Copenhageners who bought a 6-pack of beer, they sit on the waterfront, drinking their beer in front of the people in the restaurants. So we've got the different economic groups in the same space. It's the same water, it's the same music, it's the same sunset, but everybody's in there together. And for the people in the restaurant paying for their expensive wine, it's actually much nicer to look out at a row of people sitting than maybe some parked cars or some traffic. The city has learned to live with the weather. There's a joke in Denmark that if you sleep late, you might miss the winter. And what we've discovered that by small interventions, we can actually sit out longer. It was maybe 30 years ago, the first chairs came into public spaces, chairs and tables, and people said, oh, that'll never work. And the season was only July. But people discovered, even on a terrible July day, it was still nice to be outside. It was nice to watch people. It was nice to be part of the city. And what we've discovered is the season has got longer. Now, the summer season in Copenhagen, it starts in March and it ends at Christmas because it's nice to be outside. And even in a snowstorm, people are walking around in the city centre. And they say, they say in Denmark, there's no such thing as bad weather, just their own clothes. But it's nice to be outside. Now, What's shocking here is there are babies sleeping in these prams, in the strollers outside. This is how we make Vikings. The mothers are inside drinking cappuccino. And this tells us two things. One, that they care about this healthy living, but more importantly, there's trust. There's trust. The mother trusts leaving her child outside and having a cappuccino inside. And for a stranger coming, you're amazed there are babies on their own on the street. And this is, again, an unbelievable feeling of softness or friendliness. Of course, we've discovered that we could swim in the harbour. The season, again, just like the sitting out season on the chairs, has got longer and longer. And so it's got longer every year. Now there's a sauna you can do in the winter. And there are all these little things which make the city more soft. This is a picture of a time machine. And you're thinking, what's he talking about? It's just a pavement. But here in Copenhagen, the pavement continues across the side street, which means the cars have to stop. It saves you time. Your 5-minute walk becomes a 3-minute walk because you don't have to stop all the time at every side street. And your kid can walk to school 12 blocks because they don't need to stop for the cars at every street intersection. They don't have to worry about crossing the street. And that your child's independence gives you more time as well. So again, this is a kind of time machine. And of course, in Copenhagen, you know, there's cycling everywhere. Grandma cycles, grandpa cycles, children cycle, everybody cycles. And they cycle because it's easy and convenient. We have a system which makes it cycling for dummies by having this curb separation, always going in the same direction. The parked cars are kept outside so that you don't get the door. And, you know, parking a car in the city is maybe the most difficult things you have to do. So make it easy to cycle, make it easy to park. You know, if it's together, it's easy to stop. We have something called the Danish moment, where you can take a second to get off your bike to buy some Danish pastry. And in this way, the cycling, the driving, the walking, because the pedestrians are comfortable with the cyclists, the shopkeepers, everything's interconnected in a kind of ecosystem, which makes the city work better. You can cycle in the summer and even in the winter. Another project which has really changed Copenhagen radically is the greening of courtyards, making the backyards into friendlier places, taking away the rubbish, taking away the parked cars, and having a big protected backyard, a big open space where your kids can go out to play. And this has been revolutionary in making the city attractive to families with children, because you can see your children can run outside, play safely in this big backyard, and you can call them in for dinner. It gives, of course, a sense of identity because you have a space in common you share with your neighbours. And there's a protected microclimate because it's protected from the wind, catches the sun, so it's always a little bit better temperature. And of course, it's got a cleaner air. You can hang washing outside because there's no traffic fumes. You can sleep with an open window because there's a protected airspace for both acoustics and fumes. And this value of the old blocks, we're discovering is a really great pattern to follow. It allows different things to coexist. You can have different ownerships next to each other, making up the block. And the ground floor especially, when I talked about what's at eye level, whether it's a little store or a big store, community facilities, a whole range of uses, but maybe most importantly, we've discovered living on the ground floor has become really attractive. If we give a little front garden, a space to spread out, a soft edge, where you can have the stroller, where the family can enjoy living, going inside, outside, for an old person living at ground level, the ground level becomes much more attractive. And the apartments which people thought, they say don't want, became the most sought after. And people now in Copenhagen pay 25% extra to live on the ground floor because it's at eye level. And now when we make new housing areas, we make them in this courtyard form because this seems to be work for building neighborhood, for allowing people to spend more time outside to be connected with each other. Finally, something about climate adaptation, which is right where we started. And remember what Greta said, Copenhagen has seen a whole series of terrible floods. It's a low-lying city. When it rains, it's serious business. And the city was faced with a huge challenge. Should we invest millions and millions of kroner in big concrete pipes under the city, which would, would be used 3, 4, 5 days a year, would never be seen by anyone, or instead find a cheaper solution by making green landscaping, taking away asphalt, taking away car parking, but having green landscaping which can flood, floodable landscaping. So the landscaping which can flood, a few days a year, a poetic reminder of climate change. But importantly, it's something you can see, something you can enjoy all year round. And so we're seeing across Copenhagen these climate spaces. And of course, not only does this solve the flooding problem, it reduces heat island effect, and it gives us a more enjoyable everyday because we've got this greenery around us. And these are small steps towards a softer city, small things which connect us to the forces of nature, small, comfortable steps which connect us closer to our backyard, to our street and our neighborhood, and small steps which allow us to be mobile, to be both physically and socially mobile in our cities. And if you ask what makes Copenhagen wonderful, it's these small things. You've got a pram, you've got a bike, make it easy. And this is the soft city. It's about finding this middle ground. We don't need to build towers and skyscrapers. There's this missing middle. And all across Europe, all across the world, we're seeing this missing middle. It's growing at human scale in very contemporary architecture, but it's much more connected to the tradition of building cities at a human scale, at a human pace, and with human comfort in mind. And we can talk about, but we have to build towers because of transit-oriented development. But you know, when you build these towers next to the metro station, you're just connected to somewhere else. We need to connect people better to where they are. More than ever, in the time of Corona, when we're living more locally, we need this local walkability, bikeability, you know, what we see at eye level when we take the bus, and the fact that our staircase is connected to the street. Everything is connected, these relationships, on a local level. And also a scale which works well with our weather, for ventilation, for wind protection, for living in the sun, allows us nice, attractive spaces to live outdoors, and also a scale which allows us to connect even from the inside to the outside. So we can, in one step from our indoors to outdoors and be connected with the planet at the most local level, in our office or in our home. And finally, as we densify our city, can we imagine this human scale? We have to build densities, but can we do it in a way which respects the dreams of people to be individual, to have that little garden in their own front door? And so these are the ideas of the soft city. Sometimes it goes, you get it right. This is in Malmö again. People will dance tango. Maybe around the world, we can see more people thriving in the public spaces around their buildings. I'm very excited that the book now is coming in Polish. Thank you very much for listening. We might have a slide. Yes. Thank you for listening. I'm very excited that a very dedicated group of people are now making the book in a Polish version. And maybe we'll see some soft city. I think there are already a lot of soft elements in Polish cities, but maybe we can see more Polish cities becoming softer and friendlier in the future. So again, thank you very much for listening to this very intensive 29 minutes.
David, you said 29 minutes, and I just had an impression it was only 10 minutes. So nobody really noticed the time flow. Thank you very much for this inspiring presentation. I promise that I will read the book, and I do hope that as soon as it is possible, you will come to Poznań, to Poland, and I hope that we will have a chance to meet in person. Thank you very much. Greetings from Poznań to you. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite you to Finland now. I think that the Finnish experiences in education can be interesting for everybody, and they also can be a great inspiration for everybody. So, which solutions that have been tested in Finnish schools can be transferred as good practices to other countries, to other cities, to other schools, and how much is it related to the culture of Finland itself? And there is another question which we asked to our guests: how can we explain the high status of teachers in Finland? Is it the reason why they have such a high teaching standard, or is it like a side effect of this high teaching standard? So I would like to invite you to listen to presentations of two people from Jyväskylä. Jussi, the director of the Finnish Institute of Education at the Jyväskylä University, and Pia Bärlund, Multicultural Studies at the University of Finland. So these are very interesting people.
Thank you very much for the invitation to your conference. This is a real honor for me. I have been asked to discuss with you on the Finnish education experiences. I was presented 3 questions, and I will answer these questions during my speech. The first question is, Finnish students obtain one of the best results in the international PISA study, and the Finnish education system has been considered the best in the world for years. What is the secret of teaching in Finnish schools? There are 3 possible short answers to this very complicated question. The first one is learning. The secret of teaching in Finnish schools is learning. In Finland, the aim of going to school or attending school is to learn. And having the ability to use knowledge that has been gained in school in real-life situations. Second possible answer to this question is that there are used multiple ways of teaching in Finnish schools. There is also special education to help students or pupils with teaching difficulties. It's also true that in Finland we have quite common pupil-centered teaching approach, where the aim of the teacher is to help students with different kind of teaching methods. However, this does not mean that the students would be, or the pupils would be left alone with the learning processes. Finnish teachers are creating structure and order for the learning processes. And the third answer to the question of teaching is teaching. In Finnish schools, teachers have very much power or autonomy to decide how they teach, about the teaching methods. And they have professional autonomy in the schools. Also, Finnish schools have very much autonomy in deciding how to implement the national core curriculum. This all means that there are differences between Finnish schools concerning how the contents of the core curriculum are implemented, how they are taught, and this autonomy, which is strong in Finnish schools and for Finnish teachers, is also one of the characteristics of Finnish culture. We respect the autonomy of professionals. The second answer to the question, the second question was, to what extent solutions adopted in Finnish schools could be transferred as good practices to other cities, countries, schools, and to what extent they are connected with the culture of Finland itself. Well, first I would like to say that these Finnish characteristics or the nature of the Finnish schools cannot be directly transferred to other cultures, to other countries. However, other countries or cities or schools can learn from Finnish schools and the Finnish system of education when they think, when first they know what is, how does the Finnish education really work, and what is that could be adopted to our own school, our teaching. I tried to share a picture of the Finnish system of education, but unfortunately, with very little luck. But there are certain characteristics in Finnish education which I think you should know. First one is that teaching in Finnish schools is of equally high quality no matter what school you attend. According to PISA studies, the differences between schools in Finland are the smallest in the world. I mean, the differences in learning outcomes between schools are the smallest in the world. So every parent can trust that his or her child can have a high quality teaching. However, there are differences inside classrooms, and that is where the special education is needed to help those pupils who have learning difficulties in school. The second important characteristic is that there is free education for everybody in Finland, in all levels of the system of education. So no tuition fees from kindergarten to universities to higher education. And it's also important in the Finnish system of education, there are no dead ends. So no matter what kind of education you have, you will. It's possible to advance to the highest level of education. In Finland, we have 9 years of comprehensive schools, and these comprehensive schools, which are measured by the PISA studies, these comprehensive schools give the basic qualifications either to go to general upper secondary schools or to vocational oriented secondary schools. And after these, one may continue either in universities or universities of applied sciences, which are in auf Deutsch, there would be Fachhochschulen. And so that there are no dead ends in the Finnish system of education. And the guiding principles in the Finnish education are equality, equal educational opportunities for everybody, and the idea of lifelong learning. So you can attend to education at every stage of your life, and after all different kind of basic education. I tend to think that the Finnish system of education is quite well suited for digital industrial society, where it's quite typical that citizens or labor force need to change their qualifications during their career in working life. And this kind of flexible system enables citizens to go to education or to school or to university or University of Applied Sciences when they need it. So what is also typical to Finnish education is high trust in teachers and schools. And high trust is one of the characteristics in Finnish, like other Nordic societies. And this high trust means that we respect professional autonomy, we respect institutional autonomy in education, in comprehensive schools and higher education institutions. The aim of the Finnish system of education is to create a fair and equal society. And if you want to create a fair and equal society, equal educational opportunities for everybody is one of the best guesses to do that. So to sum up, what can other cultures learn from the Finnish education? I would like to say it like this. The main question is, what kind of society do you want to create? Do you want to create an equal and fair society? Then you can learn something from the Finnish system of education, like in other Nordic countries. So what is the society, future society that you would like to create? Education and system of education is one of the best tools in creating new opportunities for citizens and societies. The third question is how you can explain high status of Finnish teacher. Is it the reason or an effect of high quality teaching? Well, it is a matter of fact that Finland has a high quality teacher education. And one of the reasons for that is that the Finnish nation has been created with the help of teachers, with the help of schooling. 150 years ago, Finland was part of Russian Empire like Poland. And the Finnish nation was really created in the schools and by the academics and teachers. The second question would be that in Finland, all the teachers from kindergarten to secondary education, they have a master's degree. Well, I don't think that a master's degree in itself makes a good teacher, but it's more probable. But however, it's more probable that with the master's degree in the pocket, future teacher has understood during his or her studies that there are more than one way of good teaching. There is more than one method to teach well. And this may make the teachers more willing to re-education, to adapting and implementing new teaching methods. Not only those that he or she has learned during the teacher education. And one of the questions is also that teacher education is very popular in Finland. This means that we have really good applicants to teacher education. And one of the reasons for that is that education is highly appreciated in Finnish society. And the teaching as a profession supports the core value of Finnish society, which is equality, creating equal educational opportunities for all the citizens. So this would be my very short reflections of your good questions. I'd like to thank you for your attention.
Hello everybody. My name is Pia Bärlund and I work currently in the city of Jyväskylä in the basic education. And I'd like to thank you first, previous speaker, Professor Jussi Valimaa, who presented very clear and exactly the issues, how the Finnish education system works. First, there's a small view from my hometown, city of Jyväskylä, which is and then we go further. In the theory of Finnish education, we heard that there are three main things: learning and multiple methodological ways to teach, and the teacher autonomy. And among this, the Finnish core curriculum in the basic education is the way how teachers teach in the schools and how we ensure the equality of learning. Like Professor Valimaa told, the teachers have their own, they are very autonomous to choose their own methodological ways. And that's how our teachers here in Jyväskylä do as well. We don't have any school inspectors anymore since 1990s. So the teachers, they choose how to teach by themselves. All the aims and objectives of curriculum are same for everyone, but the way to reach the aims are different. I'd like to concentrate in my presentation for the Finnish education experience here in the local level, and especially in the point of view of the 21st century skills in basic education. And why that? Because we have we learn as well in the real life situations and what happens. And like Professor Valimaa said, it's quite difficult to transfer the different educational systems as a total from country to another country. I'd like to show this to you in the point of view of the 21st century skills. And they are in different countries, they are different. When we read researches made from 21st century skills, they are in Japan, they are different than in Turkey and different in Finland. For example, in the countries where it's a very high possibility for earthquakes, the children need to be prepared and practice how to save themselves in case of earthquake. In Finland, we don't have this problem, but in Finland, we need to learn how to know to swim because we have 1,000 of lakes. So these are the basic things. It's the difference between different countries. And next, I'd like to present to you the transversal competencies. So in our national core curriculum, in whole Finnish national core curriculum for basic education, there's a parallel path for transversal competencies and how we teach them. Of course, we teach each subject as in traditional way, and then we teach the transversal competencies parallel with each subject. And we have 7 key competencies. And these 7 key competencies I'd like to point as a 21st century skills here in Finland. They are based on a discussion through administrators, teachers, researchers, and these transversal competencies were settled through a democratic discussion. First, there's thinking and learning to learn, then taking care of oneself and others, managing daily activities and safety, cultural competencies, interaction and expression, multiliteracy skills, ICT competence for the world of work, entrepreneurship, and last, participation and influence, building the sustainable future. And in the center of this wheel, we can see development as human being and as a citizen. Thinking and learning to learn, it's included in all subjects. You know, in each subject has its individual way to learn to think or learn to learn. You learn different way mathematics, or you learn different ways languages or music. And every teacher teaches children how they learn this subject and how they learn to think in the subject. And the way how to learn, it's a way how we encourage the pupils to be autonomous learners. It doesn't happen in one day, school day or 2 school days. It takes years. As we all know, sometimes the children don't know how to learn autonomous learners in some other subject if they have learning difficulties. And then again, in another subject, they know how to be an individual autonomous learner. But this is the aim in all subjects, and that each child and pupil, they learn to think like it should be thought in the point of every subject. Then the second transversal competence is taking care of oneself and others, managing daily activities and safety. And this is a very important thing because it's basically that for the first graders, the teachers are teaching how to take care of their own school stuff. We know that the kids can be messy, or they forgot to take books with them to school. They forget, and we learn how they should, or we teach them how they should take care of their own stuff, that they don't. That they know where they have put their jackets and hats and gloves in the school, but as well taking care of their daily hygiene, washing the teeth and washing the hands, and being on time. It's very important thing as in the Nordic countries that you are on time when you come to school or you have different meetings. So these are the things what we teach as well in the school. We practice them all the time, every day, coming on time from the school break to the classroom. And these are the 21st century skills which actually the adults respect in the working life. So it's not just teaching the school subjects, it's teaching for the life. And we use different kind of methods for that. And in Finland, it has been very popular since past 10 to 15 years to use the Lions Quest program method. And it's a method where we teach how to take care of oneself and how to be kind for the another, how to carry take the responsibilities, and but not to tease anyone, not to mob, how to get along with another. And this is this program is just one of different kind of programs, but it's a program which is presented in whole world. So that's why I took it here as an example. For example, here in Jyväskylä, 5 years ago, we trained over 200 teachers to use this Lions Quest program. Nowadays, when the world is going, it's not anymore a country and single countries. The cultures are mixing more and more. The cultural competencies and interaction and expression are very important transversal competencies. 21st century skills is to know different kind of things from and other cultures learn languages to respect the neighbors and to know how to be in interaction with neighbors and other cultures. And this is one very important democratic skill to how to be a diplomatic and how to have conversations with the neighbors. In Jyväskylä, we have aimed a lot for the language policy making, and this supports the development for the cultural competencies. We teach, among other, heritage languages for our pupils. For example, for our Finnish-Polish children, we teach Polish as a mother tongue here, 2 hours in a week. We teach in 25 different languages at the moment, and it's the first mother tongue or father's tongue, but our pupil who takes a part for the heritage language lessons, they are bilingual, multicultural children. And we as well, when we develop our learning materials, then we develop them as multicultural and multiliteracy to serve all languages. In Finland, in the national core curriculum, it says that every teacher is a language teacher. So the mathematics teacher teaches the language of mathematics. The teacher of history teaches the language of the history. And in every subject, there's their own language, own vocabulary. So this cultural competence means as well the cultural competence and interaction in different ways and different subjects. And we come here to the multiliteracy skills, and it means, like I said, every teacher is a language teacher. This is perhaps the issue which the Finnish teachers have, all Finnish teachers have not yet realized. And this is a point what we are going to need to practice more, and because our culture is more multicultural nowadays, and we teach in Finnish language, so to take consideration all the non-native Finnish speakers, we need to practice how to teach school subjects more clearly in Finnish language so that everybody understands what we are teaching. The fifth transversal skill is actually ICT competence. And we have ICT competence is not an own a school subject in our national core curriculum, but in Jyväskylä we have put our own financial resources for the ICT competencies, and we teach them the children how to use computers and how to use different programs in schools, extra hours. We have as well an own ICT curriculum in basic education. This has been a huge advantage to take this digital sprung a jump in last March, as we closed our schools during the COVID pandemic, and have had the distance learning period. Without these skills, it could have not been possible. And our teachers in Jyväskylä, they have been very amazing and done lots of good work with our pupils. And now we are really prepared if we need to close our schools partly or as a whole because of the pandemic. ICT competence has really shown it transferable competence for learning, and it should be taken consideration in other countries as well. A month ago, I read an article from Austria where some journalists were very concerned about the situation that teachers are not prepared to take this giant jump for the digital learning. And but happily, I have to say that I'm proud to say that in Jyväskylä we have succeeded with this. Then we have the competence for the work and entrepreneurship. And this is a transversal skill, which means that already the smallest children are practicing entrepreneurship things in a school. The simple things, when you practice in language lessons how you buy ice cream or how you sell ice cream, you have the simulation situations. This is a practicing entrepreneurship. And in the end of the basic education, the challenge and tasks, how you practice these transversal competencies are getting more difficult and advantaged. For example, our 9th graders have been visiting since past 10 years an entrepreneurship village. And this picture is from last September. The teenagers who are 15 to 16 years old, they plan how to build an own company, own business. What they get known how to do the bureaucracy. They learn how to sell, how to buy, how to open a bank account. So this kind of transversal skills. It doesn't mean that everybody start their own startup business, but it means that they practice. They do it. It's a simultaneous project, which every pupil do. As well, in grades 7 to 9, in every year, the pupils go and visit some kind of company or some business or workplace, and they get to know how, for example, a cleaning lady is working. They visit the work. They are doing job shadowing for one day in the 7th grade. In the 8th grade, they are doing almost 1 week job shadowing, and then in the 9th grade as well. And these different job shadowing weeks and days, they should help pupils to choose if they go for the what they do after the basic education, if they go for the vocational school or if they go to the high school, senior high school then, and do the matriculation exams. So with these transversal skills, competence for the work, they know how to, it's easier perhaps for them to search a summer job. And then, as the last but not the least, transversal competence, participation and influence, building the sustainable world. And this is like Professor Valimaa told, if you these are the steps for the democratic world and democracy in the, for example, in the schools. We practice the authenticity and participation in planning lessons. We ask from pupils how they learn in the best way, what are their interests. When we have the aim, the objective of each subject, each pupil can reach the objective in their own way. Everybody doesn't like to do in the same way or learn the same material and use the same method. We ask them how you learn in the best way, what helps your learning, and it makes the participation in planning lessons and individual way to learn. Of course, if the teacher has 26 pupils in the classroom, it's quite impossible to ask everybody's opinion. That's the reality. And the teachers cannot teach one lesson to take in everybody's after every pupil's opinion. But this can be taken consideration. This can be the teachers can use this participation and opinions of pupils when they are designing the lessons. They know then which path they should take. And for example, I've been researching this authenticity and participation in my own PhD thesis and articles, especially in foreign language learning. Then we have a youth parliament here in Jyväskylä, a children's parliament for the smaller children, and then the youth parliament for the elder pupils and teenagers. They are gathering 2 to 3 times in a year to decide some issues. It varies which kind of issues annual. The members of youth parliament are as well allowed to join the adults' policy making. It means that we have a member from youth parliament in our educational board. This is very common in different communities here in Jyväskylä, in Finland, I mean. And then the children learn how to participate. And then as well for the sustainable world, we have green flag system. It means vihreä lippu, green flag in Finnish. And then they this is the last slide. Yes. And then we teach the children how to recycle and how to save the world. And of course, this is our Facebook page, City of Jyväskylä Basic Education, where we present all the time the things and projects which the schools have done. Thank you for your joining this presentation, and I hope you have a very nice week. Bye.
Jussi, Pia, thank you very much for your presentations. We've heard a lot of both general and specific practical examples. They will be very useful, I'm sure. If I may ask, half an hour ago we had a meeting, who had a presentation from Taavi Kotka from Estonia, who noticed something we also see in Poland, namely He said that girls don't follow technical subjects. They are not very commonly represented in ICT and robotics. The percentage of girls and then women in these areas is very low. And Taavi has launched this very interesting project. Namely, in that project, there are girls-only classes for girls in ICT or robotics. And those girls are doing very well. They score higher than boys. And here's my question. Have you noticed a similar trend that, first of all, that girls are not very eager to learn ICTs? And question number two, do you think that's a good idea to have girls-only technical classes? Have you thought about that?
Okay. In my opinion, I have not noticed any that kind of between girls and boys doing robotics or technical stuff. We teach in schools in the technical, for example, handcrafts. We teach nowadays only one subject for everyone. There's not knitting lessons or textile handcrafts only for the girls and wooden handcrafts or metal handcrafts for the boys. We have only one subject, handcraft, and everybody are doing the soft materials and the hard materials. Everybody are doing the robotics. And this has caused another problem in Finnish schools, that we don't anymore have enough pupils who apply for the vocational school who have enough handcraft skills in hard materials or in soft materials, because we have now put everything together, and which causes a new problem in 10 or 20 years, that the plumbers and electricians have not enough handcraft skills. And this is the problem in Finland because of the new of the core curriculum at the moment. The robotics, when the smaller children are doing that, they are the same in the level, in the ICT skills, and I don't see any difference between girls and boys in that. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that answer. Now, let's move on to the next speaker. Democratization of urban transformation by combining virtual and real urban spaces. An intriguing topic. And the next presenters will be Cezary Mazurek, an expert from the Poznań Supercomputing and Networking Center, and Adam Olszewski, a lead of Future Lab.
Dzień dobry, witamy Państwa serdecznie. Dziękujemy bardzo za możliwość prezentacji na Forum Rozwoju Miast w tym roku. Krótkiej rozmowy, mini debaty poświęconej spojrzeniu na demokratyzację transformacji miejskiej w kontekście łączenia rzeczywistych. Ja się nazywam Cezary Mazurek.
My name is Cezary Mazurek and I'm the head of the Poznań Supercomputing and Networking Center, and my guest is Adam Olszewski, and he will just say a few words about himself. So, my name is Adam Olszewski, and I'm working with the live laboratories in the Poznań Supercomputing and Networking Center, and I also coordinate the operation of PSNC Future Labs in Poznań. Okay, so let us just explain briefly the title of this discussion, of this presentation. We just put it in the context. This is confirmed by research that over 55% of the total population nowadays live in urban spaces. In Europe, I think it's about 70% of population lives in city areas, and it is predicted that this increase until 2050 is going to be even higher. So from 50 up to 68% will live in urban spaces. And in Europe, between 60 up to 80% of energy consumption is related to urban spaces. And therefore, there are challenges related to that. They are related to the digital aspects of the city, city transformations. Of course, it means that we will have to address those issues, and as a result, cities will become the centers of the future civilizations, of the individual development, knowledge development, even for the forthcoming centuries. So we can say that cities, urban spaces are faced with a great challenge related to the operation, functioning, exactly bridging the transformation or digital transformation and all omnipresent technologies. We are all aware of that. We know that we live in this digital era related to data processing with the application of artificial intelligence, unmanned vehicles, 5G network, or safety related to our safety management of our private identity in the digital context. But if we look at that from our own perspective, from our own operations, we would like to stress in our discussion that in Poznań, we've had this Poznań Supercomputing and Networking Center also supporting the city in applying digital tools in overcoming barriers in science. Our operation that we've been involved in for many years, actually in recent years, it helped us to come to the conclusions that this model, in the context of generally developing technologies, actually it's not only the privilege of science, but it's also the tool used by our economy, by our citizens. So maybe we should look again at the aspect of a smart city when we define the city as the space where we can define not only as a place of people that we have IT society, but this is the 4.0 society, so digital intelligence society. So when we look at the development of the city of Poznań, when we include the indications of the United Nations that the development of cities have to follow the paradigm of the digital era, actually we could look for the development of competences of our residents, such development which would allow for the high quality of life in smart cities, and maybe they would even have an ambition to be the world leader of the models, digital models of life in big cities. So what is really this urban transformation or urban transition? How can we look at that, first of all, from the point of view of the a scientific context? We have advanced technologies in the lab setting. We can use technologies that like a breakthrough in science. We can also formulate new theses in medicine, in any other field of research. So we talk about the holistic lab or living lab, which is a city in the process of transition, in digital transition. How can we define that? I would like our expert to maybe define that from his point of view. So for me, a smart city actually means that the residents are smart. And in the title of our presentation, when we talk about the competences of the 21st century, apart from the digital transition, digital transformation, we also talk about democratizing aspect of this transition. So how can we talk about this democratizing process in the context of competences? Well, actually, to have a holistic approach to transition, to transformation, we should analyze all areas of activities within the city. City residents, thanks to the fact that the city has like a conscious process of democratizing transition, so higher access to competences, higher access to research and scientific innovations. Actually, it creates opportunities for residents to participate in projects which otherwise wouldn't have been available to them. And such competences should be observed not only from the perspective of the city residents themselves, but also from the point of view of the diversity of people managing various institutions within the city. So a city is a richness of various specializations, various infrastructures, various areas. And we assume that the mechanisms such as our living lab, they allow to release the potential that seems to lie in a city. They allow to go through the transformation from the producer to the consumer. So this is the process that is mostly implemented by businesses, going to the model where we have more branches going apart in the transformation process. Thanks to that, we can include various institutions such as museums, schools, hospitals. They exist within the city space, and through them we can make it more available or accessible for residents, their access to such infrastructures. Okay. This is our idea for the discussion today, because these are discussions, of course, we have them quite frequently when we develop strategies for future, just on the basis of the lab in Poznań or future labs anywhere else. But I would like to provoke you to more specific statements, and I would like to say as follows. I understand that democratizing in the context of urban transition, it's not only the participation in the democratic processes like voting, for example, or like the civic budget distribution, but it's also sharing and using one's competences in various works, various projects, aiming at the transformation of the city towards a better quality of life. to create the city as more friendly, soft city that was mentioned in the previous presentation. A city that is also friendly in its digital aspect. So, isn't it a mistake when we look at those spaces separately? When we talk about the real physical space where we live, where we work, where we look after various aspects of the city to be friendly, to be soft, maybe this space we treat separately from this digital space of the city. Maybe we should bridge these two. Maybe this connection should be implemented permanently in our policy of creating a friendly city. I like this idea of this bridge between the real and digital worlds. Yes. We all use digital space in different ways. Our parents, probably they use digital tools differently than we do. Our children use them differently, and they will use them in the future in a different way than we are using them now. So the friendly digital space, first of all, it needs to be safe. And to be exact in the identification of challenges related to all groups of users, senior citizens, children, and experts, for example, in specific fields, we always have to include them, invite them to the development process, in the process of the transition in the city. Then it will turn out that this digital space, without the physical space, without this real space, actually it's not possible. The digital space should only support or complement the real space. In that sense, also the city, which is a group, let's say, of physical, real spaces, it also has to be perceived as the base, as the foundation to generate challenges for digital space. Just to give you a few examples, well, there are many. For example, yesterday, there was a concert entitled Concert Machine, despite the pandemic times, and that was 10 musicians and composers. They organized a concert for a big audience. So this is one of the examples of the digital transformation when people, residents, were able to attend distantly a jazz concert. And this digital transformation also led to the possibility of creating completely new possibilities, new opportunities, something that is actually the sense of innovation and digital transformation. It allowed for co-creation of this concert to all participants. So anybody, all participants could influence the sound and the visual aspect of this concert. Okay. Yes, I read about that, yes. But in the context of building possibilities, opportunities for the participation in this virtual world, so when we transfer the activities related to cultural activity, possibility of expression to the digital space, okay, this is quite natural. We just allow the tools to do the same things, but in a different way. But from the point of view of technology, which is actually my point of view, I would like to know which technological possibilities or indications can be suggested to city authorities as a unit or as a system which is designated to support and to provide incentive to its residents for more activity. So how can we do that in the context of possibilities provided by digital solutions? What can we suggest to gather more information, more data, to transfer the city space to its digital counterpart? maybe to initiate interest, how in the digital world we can assess, evaluate the impact of air pollution on the life quality, or to estimate the energy efficiency of our districts. And then, in the context of that, how can we engage in the democratic process, can engage our residents? Do you think we can do that? Yes, absolutely yes. Well, you don't have to agree with me in all aspects. Well, actually, in this case, I have to agree with you. But the question is about the barriers, the obstacles on the way. And we can just consider now what the city could do to reinforce, to strengthen that position. And what is frequently overlooked, that is actually small groups, small communities in cities, because the city as such copes excellently well with major groups of people and their needs, like mobility, safety, healthcare, safety, security. Well, in every city we have groups which are at risk of being excluded, like senior citizens, chronically ill, disabled people. And those people are not in the mainstream of interest of the city itself or companies which could possibly develop tools supporting such people. But our volunteers or the community involved in our activities related to the transformation, transition processes, community process, they spend that time, precious time, just to increase the quality of life of the groups of social groups at risk of being excluded from the general society. So this is an example of democratization with respect to competences. If you are, let's say, a surgeon or X-ray specialist, if such person devotes the free time, leisure time just for the social projects, so it means that such person can think about initiating a project with the use of my competences. So we just kind of flatten the structure, which means that such competences from the society, specialized competences, they can be released for the need of the groups at risk, vulnerable groups. Is there any interest? I mean, is there any demand for that? Young people, experts, do they have time for that? Do they want to develop in this way? Do they want to define the life quality in a city through such activities? Yes, there are such people, and they really want to do that. But there are two challenges with releasing the eagerness to act. First of all, this is no consistency in the action, and it's just like a one-off actions, like this forum, City Development Forum. It's a wonderful event, but probably after its completion, we will have an opportunity to meet next year. And probably that will be the only chance that all people who participated will have an opportunity to meet and do some more action. But because what we need to do is to create the community of innovators. People want to act, but they need someone or some place which is which holds the coordinating functions, like this living lab, the place where we define certain activities, and people who want to be involved, who want to act, they know that time will not be wasted. Okay, just to look for counterbalance of your optimism and a little bit of futuristic optimism, I would say. So my question would be as follows. This digital world, activities, the world of activities in digital world. Could you just give us some examples in which spaces it has a chance to mingle with the real life of the physical presence in the city? Just to give you a specific example, let's say healthcare. We have we have an X-ray specialist who would like to improve the assessment, evaluation of X-ray pictures. Of course, the person will not be able to achieve that individually, acting individually, and of course, if there is not enough funds or time to construct or to develop such tool. But if the project, if this initiative is communicated to us, to this living lab, then we have access to engineers and we can work on that to develop it. Another example could be like a queuing system in children's hospitals. The idea is to organize the space in the waiting room in a proper way during the pandemic times. So in the classical model, it would not be possible to organize such a tool. Even if it is successful, it probably will be too late. But thanks to the fact that we have a community of people coming from different walks of life with different skills, we can receive such a request from a hospital saying, or from a patient, specific patient, that was exactly the case. One of the patients communicated the need to have this queuing system or waiting system in the waiting room in hospital. So it lasted for several hours, and they just communicated the need to organize that. And thanks to the cooperation with the hospital, we could also include the chief the medical doctor of the hospital, also engineers and also patients, just to combine their competences. And as a result, we could create the solution, which was technically simple, but very helpful, very useful tool. Okay. So when we talk about democratization or democratizing process, so this would be defined as the participation or competence sharing in creating solutions, improving life, quality of life, but also future solutions for the city. So future labs or living labs are kind of hubs for that. I understand this. But I understand that the process of democratizing, that was the conclusions when we were preparing for this discussion, it's not the target by itself, just being active, participating in the processes. It's the goal in itself. It doesn't have to be successful as such. It's the same as in the case of research. It is not always, it does not, the research does not always lead to the confirmation of the thesis set at the beginning. And of course, the same applies to any transformation of the urban space. The activity is the goal, not the target itself. When we would like to reach some conclusions, I think I could say that nowadays the society, the sphere related to the city life, actually we can talk about well-understood community functioning in democratic model, in digital and real life. So the model of economy, model of employment, it's all related to this industrial era. So we just need to think about economic transformation as well. It can be related to the aspects not only to residents who are like a physical part of the city, so they can work on some solutions that would be helpful or useful for the city, but we can also invite people from the outside, as we get our guests from Finland, France or Italy, and that allows us to have an access contact with people who can initiate some innovations in Poznań, which will improve the quality of life in our city. So the supply of innovation with the demand for democratization, I think this is the foundation of what we really wanted to talk about, this opportunity for Polish cities in the process of digital transformation, if they can just achieve the level of model cities, leaders, where new solutions are implemented. So that's all from my side. Well, I could only add that we should consciously differentiate the creation of startups from creation of social solutions. It is very rare that a social solution will transform into a startup, but frequently these two types of goals has been identified, and I think this is a bit of disappointment that may be created, and I think it's good to be aware of that, to avoid that from the very beginning. Well, so our time has expired, so that's the end of our presentation. Cezary and Adam, thank you very much for this interesting discussion. I have a question from one of the attendees. Could you give us an example of a specific project? Maybe there is a website or fan page when you can just share some of your experiences from the Living Lab. So solutions from the city. So, when we talk about the broad context, I would like to invite you to the European Network of Living Life. And just talking about our city, so you can just visit our website, FutureLab, psnc.pl, and then we give a number of examples for education, for healthcare sector, for arts, also software for games and play, computer games, and economy. Actually, the subject of today's discussion, we also wanted to invite guests from Italy who run a similar lab, just combining the space of education, arts, and industry. They just develop a similar solution in their area. So you can check also their examples, because these are projects which are very similar to what we have been doing here in Poznań. Thank you very much again. Our next guest is Richard Gerver. He started his career in education as the principal of the primary school in Grange, and within 2 years he achieved the transformation of the school as the most acknowledged educational unit in the world, and he was acknowledged for that by UNESCO and the government of the United Kingdom. He was an advisor to governments and big corporations. I would like to invite our next speaker, Richard Gerver.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. It's an incredible honor to be with you today and to have listened in to so many formidable and incredible experts. So in many ways, I feel like a bit of an imposter, because I'm a very simple man who really is just a former elementary school teacher. And to explain a little bit about what I'm going to talk to you about today, I'm just going to share a couple of insights, really. I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the places I've been through my career that have really influenced the way I think the future of education should be. And I'm going to tell you about a couple of the people I've been privileged enough to meet along that journey, who have also really influenced the way I think about the future of education. But I want to start, if I can, with, I suppose, a warning to all of us about the future of education. And the best way I can explain it is to share a thought about coffee. A while ago, I had the opportunity to visit the world's first Starbucks, which is here in Seattle in the US. And I was queuing up outside, ready to order my cup of coffee. And I drink coffee very simple, black in a medium-sized cup. But as I got to the point where I took this picture, what I heard inside were people ordering the most complex things, 15 different things they'd want done to their hot liquid, you know? And as I was stood there, I started to think to myself, when did everything of value become so complicated? And I think the same thing is true when I hear people talk about the future of education. We seem to believe that the future of education has to be complicated, that the future of education relies on systems and structures and policies that are built on top of everything else we've already done. And maybe more worryingly than that, that we keep being stuck in the trap of believing the future of education has to be focused on how we make it more efficient. And so this afternoon, I want to talk a little bit about how we need to move away from that and back towards the real idea of developing human beings. You know, in my life in education, and I've been involved in education now in one way or another as a professional for well over 30 years, I have seen endless silver bullets, endless new initiatives come along, given to us by experts and policymakers from all over the world, whether they're new ways of thinking about learning, whether they're technological advances. And I think what we have to remember is that so many of those things have just ended up in the cupboard full of good ideas. And so my first thought for you this afternoon comes from a meeting I had a few years ago with Eric Schmidt, who many of you may recognize, was until not that long ago the executive chairman of Google. And I got the chance to have lunch with him, and we talked about a number of things, but there are two things in particular that I think are very relevant and very pertinent now to the conversation we need to have about the future vision for education. So the first thing we talked about was this. I asked him, did he ever see a time where technology would replace the teacher? And his answer to me was quite surprising. It was immediate. He didn't even need to think about it. And it was a very strong response. He said, Richard, no, never. I never see a time where technology will replace the teacher. And I think this is what he said next is a foundational thought about that. Because he said, technology is an incredible tool, Richard. It's a catalyst. It's a way of democratizing information. But he said, education has always been and will always be about the development of human beings. And in order to develop human beings, you will always need high levels of human interaction. And I think it's really important that we remember that as we're bombarded with these new ideas and this new thinking, that fundamentally education has always been and will always be about the development of those human beings. The second thing we talked about was the challenges he faced at Google. And his response again really made me think deeply about the future of education. Because he said, you know, Richard, our greatest challenge in my time at Google has been dealing with our own success. He said, when I started in the company, I was brought in by the two founders, Larry Page and Sergey Brin. He had been, I believe, chief executive at Hewlett-Packard. He said, and I was brought in to help them turn Google from a concept into a business. He said these two brilliant young men had a foundational vision for what Google should be. And to them in the early days, their motto, their vision statement was to organize the world's information, to make it accessible for everybody, and by so doing, diminish evil. And he said, you know, in the first few years, working with these people with that vision was so exciting. Every single day, people would come up with new ideas. People inside the organization had a level of confidence and excitement about what we were doing. And as a result, we were innovative. We were constantly pushing our own boundaries. He said, but as we became more successful, the challenge changed because suddenly we stopped having confidence in our vision and our ability and our context. And we started to fixate with what other people were doing. He said suddenly meetings were about what Microsoft were working on, or what Facebook were developing, or Apple. He said, and when I look at our short history, what I realize is our greatest disasters have come where we've tried to copy what somebody else was doing and forgetting about our vision and our values. And I think that's deeply pertinent for the conversation we have around the future of education. You know, we can't just go around the world and take somebody else's model and put it into our city. We have to understand that we need to develop our own vision and values first. What do we want our children to look like as human beings, as emerging citizens, locally, nationally, globally? So I think we need, rather than just to look around the world and take what somebody else is doing that's working, we need to have a deeper understanding first about what we need to evolve from the key challenges that our young citizens will face. And maybe the best way to start to explore what those challenges are is to return to the research of the OECD. Those people who do so much valuable research around global development and economies, and also, of course, do a huge amount of research into where the world's most successful education systems are. Now, in 2013, they produced a deeply influential report called the Skills Outlook. And it was the first report of its kind that explored the links between education, employment, and skills. And sadly, so much of that report has not been seen or adopted or used by governments and policymakers around the world. And I think it's really important, particularly right now, in the time of COVID, in the time of change and transformation and uncertainty, that we return to some of the key findings in that global report. Let me share them with you now. Here are 4 of the key findings in that report. The first one is this. The report concluded that the countries that were focused on the acquisition of formal qualifications almost totally were the countries where increasingly young people would find it difficult to get jobs. Why? Because in those countries, the high-stakes systems forced educators to focus on exams and qualifications at the expense, often, of the development of the real skills and qualities young people would need in order to not just survive, but thrive in what we're already seeing is a deeply complex and uncertain future. The second key finding for me was the research they did into 2,000 of the world's biggest employers, and in particular, what those companies were looking for in future workforces. And what the research said was really interesting and really clear, that the importance of traditional education, of routine cognition, of routine cognitive skills, you know, the ability to remember information and to repeat simple tasks over and over again with great efficiency, were no longer major criteria and major skills for what major companies are looking for in future employees. By far, the most important set of qualities that major organizations are looking for now are rich and deep interpersonal skills. The next finding, moving on from that, speaks at great length about wanting the future generation to be people who have the ability to learn, adapt, and change. Now, I think this has a profound impact on us as we design our future cities. Because one of the things that, again, has become so incredibly clear during the COVID crisis is the uncertainty of the workplace and the fact that people are going to have access to learning and education through their entire lives, not just until they're 18 or 21, or they leave school or they leave college. So how do we create education journeys which allow people to keep learning, adapting, and changing throughout their adult lives? And the final finding I want to share with you, which I also think is extremely pertinent and important right now, is that there have to be far closer links between the worlds of work and the world of education. For too many years, in too many societies and cultures, education and work seem to exist in separate silos. And the truth is, they're both part of the same narrative journey, because they both have to help towards creating citizens who are capable economically of supporting themselves, their society, and the future. So we need to create far closer links between the worlds of work and education. And I know, having watched some of the earlier presentations this morning, particularly from the experts from Finland, how important that is within the Finnish culture. And everybody talks about Finland, and its system is remarkable. But I want to share insight with you now from another remarkable place in the world, achieving and doing extraordinary things, and particularly importantly, because the transformation I'm about to share with you has happened as a result of city coming together. Every part of that city coming together to transform not just education, but life chances and opportunity. This is Medellin in Colombia, and many of you will recognize Medellin as, right up until the mid-1990s, being one of the most dangerous cities on earth. Of course, it was the home of the drug lord Pablo Escobar. And when eventually the city managed to rid itself of Escobar and start to look forward, it started to realize that the most significant thing for its growth was to attract inward investment. But of course, as you all know, in order to attract inward investment, you need a highly skilled, highly educated community. And so that's where Medellin began in its reinvention. But of course, the problem for Medellin, like many developing cities in many developing nations, was the gap between those that have and those that have not is huge. The poverty that Escobar left in Medellin was immense, and particularly in the hillside communities around the city center, which was built in a basin. And so what they needed to do, and what they knew they needed to do, was grow the talent pool and make sure that the people in the poorest hillside communities had an opportunity to be involved in the future development of the city. So what they did were a number of things structurally and systemically. Firstly, up until the moment they reinvented their city, it would take people who lived in the hillside communities 8, 9, 10 hours to get down into the city center. And it was a precarious, dangerous journey. So most didn't bother. So what they did in Medellin was they built a cable car network across the city, spanning up into the hillsides, that became free to use, that meant that people in the hillside communities, in the poorest parts of the city, could get into their city center within 15 minutes. Then what they did was they realized they had to invest in the schools in the toughest, roughest part of the city, up in the hillsides. So they talked a number of high-tech and high-worth businesses who were interested in Medellin into investing in those school communities and building state-of-the-art schools. But here's the key. They knew that just by doing that, they weren't going to attract children in those tough communities into schools, because there had been no significant history of formal education in those parts of the community. So then what they did was they built an arts centre, a state-of-the-art arts centre, not in the city centre, but right up in the toughest hillside community in Medellin. And then what they did was they went to the grandparents' generation, not the parents and not the children. And they said, we want you to fill this art centre with your history, your culture, your art, your craft. This cultural centre belongs to you. And in order to help you do that, they said to the grandparents' generation, we're going to help you to become literate and numerate so you can effectively tell those stories. Now, why did they do that? They did that because they knew that if you want to influence a society, you don't go right directly to children or to parents, but you go to the elders in the community. And if you make education of value to them, then they'll make sure that their children and their children's children start to understand the value of education. As a result of this very, very visionary process in Medellin, today it's one of the safest cities in Colombia, in Latin America. It's also one of the fastest growing, and it's attracting unbelievable levels of inward investment because it's developing a highly skilled workforce. Now, a couple of more thoughts for you before I take questions. And the next one is this, and it comes from another person I got to meet recently. This is Barry Barish. Barry Barish was the 2017 Nobel Prize winner for physics. He's a remarkable man. Many say he's one of the most brilliant scientists of the late 20th and early 21st century, one of the most brilliant and influential minds on planet Earth. Anyway, I got the chance to meet him a while ago, and I asked him about the kinds of people he was looking for when he was building his team that went on to win a Nobel Prize. And his Nobel Prize, by the way, was for his research into gravitational waves. I said, so what kind of people were you looking for to join your research team? He said, you know, Richard, it's a great question. He said, when we started to advertise our research into the relevant channels, he said, we had over 3,500 serious applicants. I said, what do you mean by serious applicants? He said, people with at least 2 doctorates and with global reputation in their fields of physics and science. I said, and how many places did you have funded on your team? He said, in the end, it was a very well-funded project, about 138. And I said, how did you get 3,500 down to 138? He said, I'll tell you. He said, there were 2 criteria. And I think these are deeply important for us to think about when we think about developing the skills and education systems for tomorrow. He said, first, nobody made it onto my team if all of their experience had only been in science. He said, because when you think about innovation in any field, innovation is only as good as the stimulating experiences that people on your team bring to the process. So people that had just been focused on science since they were young children were no good to me. They had a limitation of experience. So people who made it onto my Nobel Prize winning team didn't just have to have science in their background, they had to have arts and the humanities too. And I think this is a really cautionary and important message for the future of education, because I think too often we stream children too young into fixed routes. And we actually need to make sure their horizons are broadened for as long as possible, and even into their adult lives at university and beyond university. Now, the second thing he said to me was even more interesting, because I loved both its simplicity and its challenge. He said to me, the other thing, Richard, was nobody made it onto our team if they didn't have the ability to ask stupid questions. Just think about that for a minute. What does it take to ask a stupid question, particularly when you're surrounded by peers and the pressure is on you to always be right? And it leads, I think, to a very significant point, which is this. In my years as an educator, if I've learned nothing else, I've learned this. You learn nothing new by getting something right. You only ever learn something new from the point of a mistake or the realization that you don't know something or you can't do something. Yet so much of our formal education system is predicated on only rewarding people if they get things correct. And as Barry Barish said so rightly, innovation, development doesn't come from doing what you've always done or knowing what you've always known. It comes from having the courage to step out of your comfort zone and challenge yourself constantly. And I think it's one of the reasons why, by the way, we're seeing around the world so many people on a human level finding coming to terms both with the global financial crisis of 2007, 2008, and more recently, of course, what we're living through now, COVID, so difficult to come to terms with. Because in so many ways, our education system has been predicated on preparing people to lead lives of certainty, almost a promise. If they do what they're told in the way they're told, their lives will be safe and secure. They'll have jobs for life. They'll be able to afford a home and food. They might even be able to afford a holiday and a pension. And of course, over the last 20 or 30 years, those things have been ripped from more and more people. So we have to stop preparing people for worlds of certainty that no longer exist and start preparing them for worlds of rapid change and rapid uncertainty. And that means they need to be more entrepreneurial, more innovative, more curious, and more creative than any generation before them. And that means we can't just keep designing education the way we always have and try and make it more efficient. We actually have to transform the system in its completion. And as I come to the end, I want to share one more meeting with you. And I've saved it till last because on a personal level, the person I'm about to tell you about meant that I had probably the most important meeting of my entire life, certainly the most special moment of my professional life. And I share this story with you today for very specific reasons, partly because of what's going on in America as we speak right now. Because I got the opportunity just recently to meet and spend time with one of my heroes, the former President of the United States, Barack Obama. And I want to finish almost where I started, because I asked him a simple question. I said, what is the one thing you think you learned more than anything else in your time, in your 8 years in the White House? And he was so generous. He was so down to earth, so authentic. He told me. He said, I'll explain. He said, you know, Richard, when I first took office in the White House, I surrounded myself with the best technical minds on earth, the most brilliant city planners, the most brilliant economists, the most brilliant political thinkers, scientists. He said, but when I reflect on my 8 years in the White House, what I realize is this. We jump too quickly to try and find technical solutions to the problems we face, when actually what you need to realize is that if we jump too soon, we always build those plans on really soft foundations. Because the truth is, most problems don't lie in the technical, they lie in the human. And he said, when I reflect on the greatest challenges I faced in my time in the White House, what I realize is virtually all of them were human by nature. They were to do with love, anger, jealousy, greed, hatred, tribalism. And as he was talking, It made me think deeply about the future of education. Before we start to try and design new systems and structures, before we start firing new silver bullets, we have to begin by pausing and asking deep human questions about what we want young people to look like as human beings as they evolve into the next generation of local, national, and global adult citizens. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Richard, thank you so much. We have some feedback from one of our viewers. Richard, great, fantastic presentation.
Thank you.
But I do have a question. Everything you have spoken about is so important when you design education, when you think about what we want our children to learn. That's the very first-hand experience of yours, it seems. But I really love your passion, your involvement. And what can we do to inspire such passion in everyone? Because when you're passionate about something, then you just enjoy it, and the sky is the limit. So what can we do to nurture that passion, to discover that passion, and to sustain that passion?
You know, I think it's a really powerful and important question. And I think it leads right to the heart of education itself. You know, so much of education is designed to make every young person fit the same model, to have the same experiences, to learn the same things in the same way. And of course, what we know about passion and enthusiasm, and for me, certainly, it came when I discovered how important the future of our young people was to me, and how much I loved working with young people and helping to design future education systems. I was lucky. I was able to discover that passion. But so many people aren't, because they're channeled through the same process in the same way. And what we need to do fundamentally as we explore the future of education is spend less time thinking about controlling young people and more time thinking about empowering them. Because every human being has something that could make their hearts beat faster. And in many ways, what we have to do more than anything else is broaden young people's horizons and experiences. We need to make education expansive, not closed off. We need to make sure that every young person, no matter what their background or socioeconomic position, has the opportunity to experience as much as possible. Because the more they experience, the more likely they are to find that passion. And if they find that passion, they're going to become deeply productive and constructive members of a future society.
That's a fantastic answer. Thank you very much. Once again, thank you for being with us. Hope to see you soon in Poznań.
So, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Przemysław Staroń, who is a psychologist and cultural scientist, and he's the lecturer at the universities in Sopot. He's also co-founder of the JUMP system, where he stimulates the thinking of young people, adults, and seniors. In 2020, he was among 50 teachers in the world who were nominated for the Global Teacher Prize, which is an equivalent of the Nobel Prize for teachers. So Przemysław Staroń is our next speaker.
Dzień dobry.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Przemysław Staroń. I hope everything works okay technically, so that we have full contact. Sometimes I start my presentation and I'm not online yet, but I think now I'm online already. So you can hear me and see me. I'm not going to just greet you throughout my time of the presentation. I'm very happy that I have this opportunity to speak within this event of the City Development Forum. And I must say that the aspect of the anthropology of cities, it has been always very close to my heart. And wherever I lived, it was my Koszalin, which was my native city. Now I live in the Tri-City. Before in Lublin, I always try to make the place where I live to just have influence on it, to have an influence of this tissue of the city, and it is understood in a very wide context as a community and the city. You see, I have the City Hall here with me. Maybe you remember this, the movie Return to the Future. Nowadays, when we all have this contacts online, maybe we should limit the things that we are kind of bored with, like PowerPoint presentations. Maybe we should go back to the old artifacts that are connected to all of us. Oh, maybe I will just put it behind me. No, it's falling down. So I would like to just mention books that they are very interesting. I find them extremely inspiring. So these are cities, books about cities. As you can see, very nicely edited. Robert Moses, The Hidden Lord of New York. Jane Jacobs, Life and Death of the Great Cities of America. This helps me to understand more and more. It is a great inspiration. What a City, another book. So, as you can see, I try to broaden my knowledge, and I'm going to refer to that during my presentation. So, when I've been listening to all the voices about how to transform the city space, and when we have those WUNERVs created, I hope I pronounced that correctly. If I'm wrong, please forgive me. Oh, we have some problems with connection. Okay, now it's, I think, better. Okay, there was a problem with connection. I understand it's okay now. Okay, thank you. Even fiber optic is not enough for our transmission. We will cope with that, no worries. So when I think about all the changes, like grand global changes happen in urban spaces, then I try to remember to all people who are involved in the process and whose intention is to improve the city spaces, the urban spaces, to develop cities according to the times. I mean, it can be a bit misleading because we don't have to talk about modernity in the general way, understood in the general way. When we talk about modernity, state of the art is actually following certain trends which are on the one hand present globally, but also changes that happen locally. How it changes our mentality, our way of thinking, and sometimes we keep forgetting about what is the most important thing in our local context, here and now. So we can be like experimenter, like a researcher who checks everything, like what we considered as modern yesterday yesterday. Probably it might not be modern today. So being modern is the ability to recognize the needs of the present. So when I want to combine all those elements, so the magnificent activities of people that I read about in the books which I shared with you, when I hear about various miraculous actions in Polish cities, in European cities, always I have this great satisfaction in me, me as a teacher, as an educator. And I always remind myself that none of that would happen if people who really implement those wise and very valuable changes, if they didn't have the fundamental competences that are in fact should be grounded in every person by the education system. So this should be the foundation of our education system. So if we propose education system which is old-fashioned, it's of poor quality, then we cannot expect people, when they grow up, that will function in a different way. They will be old-fashioned in their future lives. So this is an old saying in Poland that your education will define your future citizens. That will be not only your country, that will be the whole Europe, the whole world. So this is important. We have to consider that now, how we educate our young people. Okay. So what is fundamental problem here in this case? So I would say that our education system as such, and of course I'm referring to the Polish context, but I know it's not the problem of Poland only. We do not educate three major bundles of competences, which are the foundations of competences. So what do I mean? I will just explain. For the first time, I defined them writing an article for the Newsweek magazine, Hallows of the future, or the insignia of, this was the Harry Potter reference. Well, in Harry Potter, we had the Hallows of death. And here we want to talk about the difference. So these are the symbols of development and related to the world we want to exist in the future. So the Hallows of the future, this is the expression which actually reflects the three fundamental spheres of competences which should be the basis, the foundation of any system of education, of any system of teaching. Because even if we have some basics for the curriculum, this is the basics of basics. Yeah? Why is it so important? Why it makes it possible for humankind to push the world forward? Let me show that to you, so through the example it will be clearer. So the first competence I would like to show, the Aladdin's lamp. This is not the one that really, when I touch it, the gin will come out. At least I haven't tested it yet, so maybe I shouldn't do it live. Maybe everything will just, collapse. Maybe I shouldn't do that. But what was the idea behind the Aladdin's lamp is there was a jinn inside, so the spirit. So in the lamp, we had the spirit living inside, so we can, once we woke the jinn up, we could just formulate our 3 wishes. As far as I know, many people just had this. When we had the story about the possibility of having 3 wishes, people would just say, why should we limit ourselves to 3 wishes? Couldn't we just like an unlimited number of wishes? That would be the first wish. Of course, some people would say this is a little bit smart, tricky maybe, but in a way it's very resourceful attitude when we are trying to find better solutions. So this Aladdin's lamp and this request to the jinn to have unlimited number of wishes, this is also related, in my understanding, to our education system, because we are used to the fact that, for example, if we go to our classes at school as students, as pupils, or we attend a course, then we are used to the fact, or we just expect that we will learn something. If we are adults and we want to learn how to use Zoom or Microsoft Teams in the times of distant learning, so we expect that we would learn something very specific knowledge. But I'm just thinking if maybe if we are able to attend any courses, any trainings, but do we really have the competence of learning as such? Sometimes we don't really notice that, how life forces us to gain such competence. And actually, our schooling system as such, it is not really focusing on this competence. Do you remember that in the first grade of primary school, in the fourth grade, fifth grade, or maybe in the junior high school, would you have a subject that would be meta-learning? So something that would teach how to learn, how to study. As far as I know, nothing like that has been implemented yet. But I would like to say that this is this Aladdin's lamp that gives us an unlimited number of wishes, because if I just decide to attend school and I get some knowledge in the field of physics, history, biology, it's okay, it's fine. But it's like, having only these 3 wishes. But if I say, okay, please, I want to have an unlimited possibility of wishes, then I can overcome an unlimited number of challenges. I can resolve unlimited number of problems. If me, as a first grade pupil, I get the information that I'm stimulated to learn how to learn, then I will know that whatever happens in my life, whatever challenges me, like lockdown, distant learning, or nuclear war and all internet collapses, no network, then I will have this confidence that I will be able to learn new skills, adapting to new reality, and I will have the ability how to do that, and I will have the confidence that I can do it. Why not? And so on and so forth. So if we learn how to learn, so we study how to acquire new skills, then we have this kind of a phrase. We will not just wake up surprised with the new circumstances, because even if something unexpected happens, maybe we will have new emotions, of course, but we will be ready to face it. Okay, we have the problem, so we can tackle it. Yeah, we will resolve it. So this is actually the first Hallows of the future, the ability to learn. So whatever comes, could be like a meteor, could be another virus, could be like pixies or dwarfs, whatever. I will adapt to new conditions and I will learn how to function, how to survive. And of course, to be able to use this first Hallows, we have to use the second one. We need to understand that it is important. So we have to understand in a critical way this education system, but we need to be able to generate solutions and also to diagnose problems. So this is the second of the Hallows. So this has 2 fundamental parts. So we have like 2 representations of the same character. Albert Einstein, this is the pop figure, and this is like a puppet from Philosopher's Gears. So I say that these are 2 sides of the same medal. So this is the critical thinking, Hallows of critical thinking, which is very focused, and nothing is taken for granted. So before I adopt any view, I will first of all check if it is worth it. And second is the creative aspect of our thinking. So my first talk on TEDx was just focused on that. I thought that this is the most important thing, that creative thinking is the most important aspect of everything, so that we can change the perspective. We can have a metaphor, like, let's say someone saw a tree in the river, just saw the golden necklace, and then the person just puts the hand in the water and nothing happens. This necklace just all the time just dilutes, and suddenly someone said, let's look at it from a different angle. And then they realized that it doesn't make sense to put the hand in the water and then just change the perspective, look up, and they saw the necklace hanging from the tree and just the reflection was in the water. So that's an example what it means to change a perspective. Just look from a different point of view. So we have critical and creative thinking together. So if we really have those two skills, those two capacities mastered, then we can be like geniuses. There are various books describing the way of thinking of great minds. It's always related to those two types of thinking, creative and creative. So people who are able to think in a creative and critical way, they can see the problems that they encounter, but they can also see the reasons, the true reasons that lie at the foundation, at the root of those problems. And thanks to creative thinking, they can see multidimensional aspects of those problems and find solutions, and also to generate new solutions, new problems, and again, new solutions. But to be sure that it happens, we need the third element of the Hallows. This is the Socrates, and then so it was written in the Apolline's temple in Delphi. Just learn about yourself. So this is more about communication. First, communication with oneself, so intrapersonal communication, the ability to learn about oneself, meet oneself, what is inside of me, what are my skills, what are my priorities, what I think about myself, what am I like, what are my emotions, expectations, and so on and so forth. And finally, you can look at our body. Which are the signals coming from my body? So when I learn about myself, I am able to meet someone else. I can open up to another person, because we know that if the person has no contact with oneself, so everything is under the level of consciousness. So, the Titanic just crashed against an iceberg. So the real thing was under the surface of the water. So once we learn what is underneath, then we can really understand why all our lives we're trying to achieve something and we don't understand why. And then we finally understand that we're trying to fulfill the goals of our parents. So once we can learn about ourselves, explore ourselves, then we can truly open up to ourselves and another person. So then interpersonal connections, contacts are possible in micro context and macro context as well. And then we have a real master. So there was one author who was a great researcher in legends and myths of the world, and he found out that the person who really learns himself, herself, such a person is able to go out and serve for the benefit of others. So it's not only about winning the trophy just for one's own fun, but it is for the service of others. So these are the three basic Hallows of the future. So learning how to learn, thinking in the cognitive and critical way. And thirdly, this is the communication intrapersonal and interpersonal with others. If these three foundations have been fulfilled, have been secured, and these are the foundations of learning anything, then we can really grow to be, well, we can think who can we just grow to be. There is something like a theory of constraints, and in the conditions of constraints, our creativity really flourishes. So we don't have to worry that our education system has some constraints, because it is not an obstacle, total obstacle, but actually we have to, so it's not a total obstacle, but it's better to have education system that facilitates our development. So we have to remember that these three elements always work together. And then if these three foundations have been fulfilled, then we have the fourth element comes. This is the ability of building the present and the future at the same time. And also the ability to create ourselves, our own selves in this future. Through this, we can give happiness to others. So I guess that's it. I think I would like to say hello from the future, from the film, Return to the Future. Hello. Let's go back to the future, and all the best to all of you. Bye-bye. Thank you very much for this great presentation of your vision, of your theory for future and the Hallows of the future. I'm sure that young people also attended this forum, and it was very clear as a message to them. We have great young people. They are the future of our city, and whatever they are, we will have our city. This is the future of our city and our whole country. So thank you very much. And now we will have a short debate and what and how to learn to create a competence of resilience in yourself and in the city. So our guests, Maciej Frąckowiak, who is a sociologist and the doctor of social science, so the author of scientific books, and Dominika Sadowska, who is expert from the field of policy and law against discrimination in favor of inclusion and diversification. So in what way modern cities can find their place in this new world, which is full of changes, uncertainties, and non-clarity? What kind of knowledge and capacities are of key importance in this present reality? So I would like to invite our guests who are going to talk about the subject, as I mentioned, what and how to learn to create resilience in yourself and in the city.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your invitation to this conference. Together with Maciej, we will talk about not only what to learn, but what to unlearn to build resilience, and what is resilience as a competence. I am more than happy then that we are where we are and when we are. The time and place is very well aligned with what we have heard before. We had this idea that we could look together at the competencies that people will need in the future, what resources will help us face the challenges of the VUCA world and the cities of VUCA where we all live in. We would like to talk to you, and we will be happy to take questions. I hope we'll have enough time and the technologies will not fail us. So we will be talking about those competencies that are essential in the volatile and changing world. But this is not a world. The VUCA is not a term that was created in response to COVID. No, this is something that has existed before, and the awareness of competences that we will need in the future has been growing for some time. And we're talking about competences we will need both in professional life and in private life. So there are 4 dimensions of those competences. So we would like to look at what VUCA is in the first place. The future is no longer what it used to be. That's what Yogi Berra used to say. That was a New York Yankee pitcher, and the cartoon character took his name after Yogi Berra. So that guy was an expert in catching quick and unexpected balls. And VUCA as a term was devised in the American Army. It's actually an acronym for volatility. Volatility means quick pace of change that is not linear. We have been growing up in a world where changes are very rapid. They go up and down. This causes uncertainty, which is the U in the VUCA. We're not certain about what's going to happen and when. The future is unpredictable, and we can't wrap our heads around our future. This also leads to complexity, the C in the VUCA, complexity or multi-dimensionality. So there is this information noise, there is multitude of data that must be interpreted. With the same source of information, you can arrive at different conclusions, and we lose the comfort of a linear cause and effect relationship. And finally, the A in the VUCA, which is ambiguity, which again means that the information noise and the difficulties we face in response to fake news, multitude of information sources. That's in situations when we face different conflicts. So my experience as a court arbitrator, court mediator, shows me that most conflicts, whether in private life or in professional settings, may be solved by arriving at a common source of information. The simplest tool we use is paraphrasing and active listening. Did I get you right? Am I understanding you right? Are we talking about the same thing? Are we comparing apples to apples? That's our mediation tools. We, as people, are also different in this complex world. As Przemysław Staroń explained, when you look at other people, you just see the tip of an iceberg. You don't see people's values, beliefs, habits, background, preferences, social roles. It is difficult to understand all that because the world is complex enough. So that's why we like stereotypes. But nevertheless, we should look at those dimensions. There are a number of dimensions to everyone. We have different sets of competences. We have intrapersonal competences, then organizational competences, relational competences. That's the ones we need when we interact with other people. I will talk about them not only as a mediator, but also as someone who works with adults and young people I help them build and reinforce relationships at work and at home. We will also talk about social and organizational competences, but that's Maciej's department. So that's it in a nutshell. I know this was very concise, but time is limited. So competence is something we can learn, but it's also about things we should unlearn, things we will no longer need, things will no longer work. When you look at recent reports, whether by Deloitte or PricewaterhouseCoopers, or when you read recent issues of Forbes, you will see that competence of the future is something that's very important, something that trend researchers, sociologists, psychologists have been investigating, and all of them agree that in the VUCA world, digital competence will be essential. We are in the wake of automation of many jobs, in the wake of forthcoming artificial intelligence, which means that the very human competence will be increasingly important. As Wisława Szymborska, a Polish poet, used to say, only what is truly human is truly strange. If you look at the chart, you will see emotional competence marked as EQ in a yellow circle. That's something that is very important for us as individuals and for the society as a whole. So what is this EQ, emotional competence? First, it's self-awareness. That's what Przemysław Staroń spoke about. That's the insight about myself, what I need, what I feel, because my needs determine my relationship with others. If I'm mindful about myself and I give myself the right to satisfy my needs, then I will be more open about other people's needs. I will understand the multidimensionality of other people. I will not use micro messages. I will use an inclusive language. I will not harm, not exclude other people. To make that happen, I need to understand my emotions. I need to know what I'm experiencing. Why am I experiencing that? My emotions signal important needs. This is a mediation tool. When we see someone who's only talking about what they want, then we understand that this is not exactly what they need. There is a difference between wants and needs. And needs are usually universal. It's the need for respect, safety, belonging, and relationship. And we can regulate emotions. There are factors that help. We can be mindful. Mindfulness is such a trendy thing now. This helps us manage our own emotions. But motivation is another tool. Motivation allows us to prioritize our emotions and thoughts, depending on our objectives. Empathy, which is so important in a world that is full of stress and tiredness. We are more tired than ever before. When we work remotely or learn remotely, we have to do many other things because we seemingly have more time. And this tiredness projects on our relations with others. When we're stressful, we don't communicate properly with others. So we need more empathy in interactions with others. this is part of interpersonal skills. So building relations with other people and sustaining those relations. And how do you find those competences in the VUCA world? A universal competence that helps us struggle, handle this complexity, this multidimensionality and ambiguity. That resilience. Resilience is like a spring, something that keeps us going whenever we fall. That's something that protects us in this harsh VUCA world. Resilience can also have a physical aspect. The 4 bullet points you can see in the slide, that's some tips that help us build resilience. And these are all social competences, so we can actually learn them or unlearn them, as the case may be. And what competences will we need in professional settings, in social settings, in private settings? Maciej will tell you more about them. Hi, good afternoon. Let me quickly share my screen. I hope you can see it. So our slot, the title of our slot is a discussion. So Dominika, let's discuss a little bit. The spring that you used can be a bit misleading because it suggests that there is a certain threshold and there is a certain position which may deflect when there is a stimulus. When the stimulus is gone, we come back to the original position. But this is not exactly what resilience is about. It's not about returning to where we started. It's also about adapting or changing, perhaps by removing something that caused some friction or tension beforehand. So resilience is not only immunity to change, it's also ability to change. I will try to talk about this in the social or organizational concept. Let me start with organizational competence. What does that mean? It's that part of life where we try to manage some company, some information policy. So organization is aware disposal or management of resources that follows certain strategy and timing. Let me start with a quick diagnosis of the current status of this realm. Let's take a look at this map. A few weeks back, Eurofund published an interesting report about life and work in the times of COVID. As you can see, many Europeans had to sacrifice their free time for work. The same study shows that many people after work felt too tired to do house chores and found it difficult to concentrate on work because of family situation. So those responses indicate that there has been a process of losing the life and work balance. There is no division between private life and professional life. I hope the map is clear to you. So the problem is that there is an erosion of private time. There is also an interchange, a mixture of our lifestyles. We used to have a clear division between private life and work. Now it's gone. Here you can see an interesting illustration. It shows a child's hand knocking at the door to a room where a parent is working. That the parent is trying to work silently and not to attract the child. So this shows the blurring of boundaries between our working zone and family zone. This causes tensions and suffering, and it seems that the problem will continue. For many of us, a door will only be a division between private life and work. We will be working in the same spaces. We won't be able to follow a predictable rhythm. So in these conditions, we will have to be resourceful. And as in this drawing, resourcefulness means that you have to use whatever resources you have to separate your work from your family. So a door can be just that. Resourcefulness is useful when there are no structural solutions you could use. Another competence which will be key in the changing organizational work will be project management. Project management is often referred to in software development, where you need to divide the process into chunks, where you need to delegate those chunks to team members. Today, our lives are becoming projects that need to be managed, coordinated, divided, and delegated to make sure they run more smoothly. It's not always the case. Usually, we should do more about stress reduction and controlling things. And a third competence is autarkic dependence. It's a relationship that is related to one of the phenomena we've observed, namely, the people we surveyed want to become as independent as possible in the times of pandemics. Those people discovered how much they depend on others. So this attempt at becoming independent does not make it easier to have a sense, to develop a sense of responsibility for something that's behind your door, which of course is not good. So we should work on that, because if we don't work on that, then societies can be corroded, split into micro-enclaves that are free of any, that are devoid of any solidarity. Another area I wanted to discuss is the social dimension. That's not only about our relationships with friends and families, that's something that goes beyond that. So that's an area where we interact with people who have different values and create new relationships. This picture does not show smiling faces. It's an island, the island of Malta. The picture is courtesy of NASA. The Eurostat data shows that since 2006 to 2015, the total surface area that has been sealed, that has become impervious in Poland, is the size of Malta. This picture is just an introduction to a discussion about the progressing loss of diversity. So we need new means of presenting global relationships. And I'm not only talking about interpersonal relationship, also relationship between people and animals and plants, which all determine the quality of life and are also used as medication, also for lifestyle diseases. I appreciate the role of multicultural competence that help us build our relationships in the time of migrations. But those cultural competences should also include caring about diversity we lose. It's biodiversity, diversity of human cultures, it's standardization of human life due to the omnipresence of algorithm. So in this context, we need sociological imagination. I am a sociologist by education, but I'm not saying this because of that. Sociological competence and imagination should be shared by everyone. It helps us draw a line between our private concerns and universal concerns, but it also highlights our dependence on other people, other living organisms, social relationships, and new technologies. There are two more. Long-range ethics, a very interesting concept by Krzysztof Bryszewski, which shows that we should pay attention not only to human actors, but also to those who are at the far end of the world. And placemaking, which is yet another competence, that's something that can make us more aware of sustainability and inspire us to act locally. So, some conclusions maybe. What I've told you about is just a piece of the full set of competences which we believe are important. As Dominika said, COVID is just an incident. It's part of a greater whole. So resilience must also be understood more broadly. There is personal resilience and there is a city resilience or a community resilience that makes cities resilient to crises. And what can a city do to co-build that competence? First of all, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We just need to be consistent in doing what has been started. We need to keep creating cities where residents can co-create those competences. That's it from us, me and Dominika. We'll be happy to take your questions. I hope there will be some comments or feedback. Dominika, Maciej, thank you very much for this fantastic discussion. I have one question to you. Do you think we should get used to the pandemic? Should we try to adapt ourselves to what is? Or perhaps should we see COVID as a bad incident that will pass away, and should we look at the future that is COVID-free? I think me and Dominika are trying to be polite, and none of us wants to start. But let me take the floor. I think both options are correct. The pandemic is a consequence of the world we live in. If not COVID, there's going to be another pandemic. But we shouldn't just accept it as it is. We should try to eliminate it. But here and today we talk about what cities can do. And I'm sure that such solutions as short-distance cities, green cities, green streets, pedestrian-friendly streets. That's solutions that will help us survive in cities and will make us more resilient to similar crises in the future. I live in a housing estate. I have some neighbors, stores right next door, and this is so much more convenient than for someone who has to travel far to a grocery store. That's it from me. I don't know if Dominika wants to add something. Well, that's my thoughts exactly, so all I can say is that VUCA has been and will be. We will just have to face it. If I may, I know we're running out of time, but please note that when we see the pandemic, then we immediately start to think, okay, there's pandemic, so we have to do something about this. We have this urge to do something rather than to take a book published 10 or 15 years ago looking for a solution. Maybe a solution is already there. We just need to find it. So fewer visions and more perseverance. So thank you very much and see you in the real world one day. Okay, now for something slightly different. Professor Jan Fazlagić. He is the professor of the University of Economics in Poznań. He published a report called School for Innovators. That report was a basis for governmental recommendations for promoting creativity. The title of his presentation is Climatic Illiteracy. Professor, the floor is yours.
Welcome everybody, my name is Jan Fazlagić and the main institution which I represent is the University of Economics in Poznań. I also participate in the climate project at the University of Warsaw, which is conducted as part of the European agency Climate KIC, and they just focus on climate issues exclusively. And our project is focused on increasing climate awareness, and it is called Enhancing Climate Mindset, which is enhancing climate orientation thinking. And as part of this project, I would like to share some of our conclusions that we have defined so far. I would like to describe what is this climate literacy. So this is exactly the subject of my presentation, environmental literacy. So in the Polish translation, it doesn't sound very accurately, but then we can just go to the roots of this title. So if we talk about this literacy of writing and reading, so this is a very basic competence that we expect every citizen to have after completing a certain part of the education system. And because we live in the environment that is as it is, when the climate issues are really a priority, and the EU has recently announced the Green Deal, so it's like a great pipeline of projects related to climate changes or mitigation measures until 2050. So with such great amounts of money is going to be invested in the climate issues, then we have also to adjust all types of interventions on lower levels, and that's why we just define that the area that I'm interested in, that's education on the level of primary schools. So I have prepared a small test, like questions about climate. So the knowledge about climate is very complex, comprehensive, and it really evolves. So what was obvious just a few years ago might be out of date today. So it's not a static knowledge. In the understanding of many people who do not follow the news, we have this ozone layer depletion that is like, yes, this is emission of some gases that, as a result of that, we have more radiation coming to the Earth's surface. Actually, this problem does not exist anymore, but we encounter here and there that the opinion that climate education should also be related to the issues of the ozone layer depletion. And it shows that this knowledge is not always congruent with the scientific approach. So if you just look at those 4 answers given to my question, so this is the first question of the test. What is the main source of pollution of streams and rivers? And second question, what is the main benefit of swamp areas? And they contribute to floods, they clean water before it ends in oceans. They just keep the population of weeds on the low level, and there are also good place to locate landfills. So this, of course, is the B is the correct answer. But this question may be relevant to the context of Wielkopolska, the region of Poznań, because there is the main challenge is that we don't have enough of the swamp areas, because most of that have been ameliorated, most rivers have been, the beds have been channeled, so the water just drains easily. So we have answers 1B and 2B. So these are the answers to these 2 questions. So the first question, so the surface waters, surface waters from city streets and fields are the greatest challenge and pollution to rivers and oceans. Not plastic bottles, as it's commonly regarded, but it's the surface waters from streets and fields. And in the second question, the swamp areas, they clean the water before it ends in oceans. This is the correct answer. So just to continue this motif or this theme, when I talk about climate education, we have to define what we mean by environment. It is frequently mentioned as adjective environmental, but actually the more modern approach, we talk more about climate changes rather than environmental changes. So this is a wider context of what I'm talking about. And how is that justified? After observing, analyzing historical data, we can see that our climate is warming up or has been warming up. We can see the impact of external factors, for example, activity of the sun. We can prove that such climate changes have been happening throughout ages. We also compare analysis and forecasts coming from different sources, so we can see that there is not only one source of information on climate change. On the contrary, there are many centers who conduct independent studies, and the results are really similar. The same applies to the contents of scientific articles, and someone calculated that the scientists agree on the climate change, and this level of consensus is higher than the consensus with respect of of the fact that smoking is the reason for the lung cancer. Almost everybody commonly would say that lung cancer is caused by cigarettes. So when talking about the climate change, the scientists are more agree on that than in the case of the medical studies with the link between smoking and lung cancer. So talking about carbon footprint, that's one of the metaphors that is more appealing to human imagination than talking about statistics. So how much CO2 is generated during our everyday activities. For example, the heel part should be smaller and the part near toes should be bigger, anything related to vehicles. Well, but that's a different way of thinking about our activities in the modern world. This approach has been completely unknown to our ancestors. So it's one of the aspects. Whatever you do, this is the new message of the world, whatever you do, it will have an impact on the environment. So instead of, let's say, going by car, just take a bicycle. Or maybe don't go by bicycle. Maybe you don't need 2 bicycles in your household, because to produce a bicycle, of course, it may cause some pollution to be produced or waste. So every aspect is considered. So in education, we should sensitize people to that. So we have to combine competences from different sectors, different areas, and that is the result of this holistic thinking about our influence on the environment. And it doesn't have to be applied with respect to climate changes. It can be applied to any aspect of our activity. So this is actually a modern way, a modern approach to be applied to the traditional way of teaching. So this is another impact of our human impact on climate change, and we can see on this slide, you can see the results of various independent organizations and institutions related to the changes of temperature on Earth for the last 150 years, so global warming. So of course, this is the time of the Industrial Revolution, when the CO2 emissions started to increase rapidly, and before we couldn't even talk about such impacts of people on the climate, because it started actually in the 19th century. So looking at this curve, we can see the data coming from almost 10 institutions. So you can see the variations, or actually the accuracy is very high. Okay, so what do we know about the climate changes? As I said, so the education about climate education, and the main topic of my presentation. Actually, I would like to focus your attention on the fact that how much it is necessary. This knowledge is so indispensable, as let's say 10 years ago it was necessary to learn how to operate a computer. So we talk about IT literacy, and now we can talk about climate literacy. Of course, IT literacy, it's not completely basic and common for everybody, like not all teachers know how to use computers, but it has been increasing in the last 2 decades. And the same refers to the climate expertise, climate awareness. If we want to introduce changes in our society, we should base our actions not on fake news, not on like a pop articles, but we have to build our structures of knowledge according to scientific evidence. And this is the main purpose, the main goal of climate education. This is an example that may be quite a specific metaphor, and it's not about knowing about all the facts and all the situations, but it just talks about the critical thinking and going to the very depth of our source of information we generate. This example talks about polar bears, and is this population of polar bears, is it growing on not? Why do we focus on them? Because their life situation, let's call it like that, is like actually reflects the situation of the whole Earth, because they live in the conditions of the ice cover, which is linking. We don't have, they don't have enough space to live. So this is a holistic view of the situation on the whole Earth with respect to one species, which could be representative for the situation of human beings on Earth. So 17 out of 18 hottest years in the history of the world happened in the 21st century. So this is the fact resulting from various scientific studies. So it is not true. Some people say that the climate changes are caused by the activity of the sun and not the activity of people. Some people say that, okay, just changes happen just historically and not because of us, not because of people. Actually, we have two approaches to that. Some people say that the climate changes just happen and we have gone through this first barrier. So at least people do not claim anymore that the climate changes is not reality. So at least we managed to convince the majority of people that we really experience a climate change. But then we have the second barrier saying that, okay, even if we have a climate change, okay, but it is not related to us, to our activity as human beings, or human civilization. So we should not feel guilty as humanity, that we're not responsible for that, so we can continue living as we did in the past, and we don't have to interfere in the lifestyles of our children. We don't need to change anything. Another aspect of climate, we talk about green economy. This is the growing sector of our economy. When we look back, maybe 10, 15 years ago, the most advanced technologies were related to creative sectors, and it was considered to be like the driving force of the economic growth. Nowadays, green economy is the most inspiring for the new sectors, new activities to be developed. Actually, the major aspects of creative activities, well, they suffered because of the pandemic, like, culture, concerts, big events. But when we talk about computer games, for example, software for computer games, it has been flourishing in the recent months. So what is green economy? Even for those who are skeptics and they don't believe in climate changes, or maybe they believe, okay, we have climate changes, but they are not related to human activity, they cannot really resist the fact that we have data confirming that green economy has been growing. So the data shows that there is an increasing number of businesses, entrepreneurs who are active in the field of green economy. We're talking about here, we are during the City Development Forum, so definitely we have to mention the role, the major role of the public sector, which can create conditions for the development of the green economy by attracting investors and also by being investors themselves. The public sector can create opportunities or services of green economy. For example, this item bullet point number 4, that is the green procurement, public procurement. So tenders that are focused on green projects. So if there is a public procurement, we don't look at the price as the determining factor, but if the project has this green aspect, then it has value added. It can be any investment related to roads, for example. Concrete roads are more environment friendly. Of course, they are more expensive, but in the longer term perspective, they show that these are better solutions when we look at the interest of the environment from the perspective of, let's say, 2 decades. I cooperate with the company who are manufacturer and supplier of ecological sewage treatment plants. There are 3 or 4 technologies available on the market, and in Germany, the most popular are the most expensive solutions, because it's not only about how much you need to pay for the installation of the system, but also how effective they are in the long term. So how clean the water is generated after the treatment process. This is the criteria. The last item here, we have the green jobs or green services, green professions. So this is a completely new aspect of the employment or labor market. What is green economy? This is actually the combination of these 3 ideas, 3 concepts. Sometimes they may be in opposition, but they don't have to be in opposition. So if we just create a business model when what we do would serve for the benefit of the planet, would build a social capital, and also will generate profit or income for the local government or for the country, this is the ideal world. And actually, this is the core of the green economy. So coming back to the main subject, so what is environmental literacy? This is an attitude or competence which allows to understand the climate phenomena of the world. So first we assume there is a certain set of values that we accept. It's usually quite stable over time. So it's easiest to create, to shape it in the early years. And then education, of course, creates a lot of opportunities for that. And this climate project I'm involved in, actually it is related to, it's focused on creating an educational model in our schools so that we can teach certain content, certain information that is included in the curriculum, because this is already happening. But we want to create it on the larger scale, like in the school canteen. We can have food or meals served according to the climate-friendly ways, food generated in the friendly way, maybe more vegetable-based diet, or delivery chain will be included. So, for example, considering that the tomatoes that are served, are they imported from the Netherlands, or are they coming from the school garden, vegetable garden? So all aspects should be considered. Also a question of recruitment for the jobs of school principals or teachers. What are their sets of values? I could talk about a series of education trainings for teachers. I hope you understand the idea is that in every aspect of the school operation, this climate issues should be included or considered. And once again, I would like to stress that such movements are already taking place in Poland and globally, so there is a tendency. So this climate education has been included in the mainstream. Also, this green economy is also important in education. It should have good foundations in the professional or sectoral education when specific jobs are being taught, like the job of a cook. Cooks, they have chefs, they have a great influence on how they set the menu in the restaurants, about the source of the ingredients. So this education is addressed to not only to the leaders of the society, of the community, but it's addressed to actually all representatives of all professions. I would call them technical professions. So for the time being, it's a bit problematic. So we are just in the process of developing first manuals. So we have the climate education manuals are being created, developed at the moment. So of course, the demand is much greater. It's not only about handbooks, something that can be used by teachers and students. Actually, we want to have this holistic approach to education, starting from the curriculum, so the contents of the teaching, but also teachers themselves. So the set of values, the way they teach, how they teach, so people can kind of encounter climate issues in every aspect of the education system. And of course, we wouldn't treat that as an additional element added upon what we have done. No, it will be just an internal aspect of what we have been teaching already. So the civic attitudes, responsibility for the world. Actually, when we think about climate education, it is just a complementary to what we have been talking about in the past. So in a way, it's our necessity, life necessity. Now we have to decide for ourselves. Are we going to pretend? Are we going to pretend the problem does not exist? You know, there is this metaphoric approach that if you lose your keys, just look for them at the place where you lost them and don't go to the place where there is enough light to see. So what I wanted to say that the most difficult things to do are the most important things to do. And maybe that could be my concluding sentence. If you have any questions related to this subject, please feel free to contact me. This is my email address and my website. Thank you very much. Jan, thank you very much for your very interesting, very rich presentation. I'm happy that this subject has been included during the second day of our City Development Forum, because, as we say, young people, they will show us and they will be engaged in the climate mitigation issues. And, of course, they are our future. And now we have the last presentation during our meeting. I would like to invite Frantisek Kubes, the director of the Department of Strategic Development of Brno. Frantisek will present his project ReSpitalka.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank you, the organizers, for being so active and flexible. And it's really a great honor for me to be here today, even it's online. And my task is actually to inform you a little bit about our plan, prospect for the future, which is aiming at smart city development. I'm representing City of Brno as a head of Strategic Planning and Cooperation Department. And as you may know, the City of Brno is one of the twin cities of Poznań. I would like to introduce our project, which is co-financed by the European Commission, European Union, in the framework of Horizon 2020 project. And this project is called Regedized. We are trying to design a smart and resilient city. In our case, we are trying to design smart and resilient part of the city. So let me continue in my presentation. It's important to stress that each of partners are quite free in using the replication concept. That's why we have chosen this part of the city. That project could be served as a booster not only from the technological part, so we are speaking about smart city, but also as an inspiration for a new method of working with brownfields. This area, ReSpitalka area, is brownfield, so it's not, let's say, optimally used location, which is situated on the western part of the heating plant and not far away, actually directly linked to the historical center of the city. So it's very good location for next development, and we would like to actually implement diverse smart solutions and test them in this area with the potential to further expand expandation to other areas of the city. Actually, we work with the locality in two parallel directions. We need to change the purpose of the location in the city zoning plan, and then we will have to add necessary infrastructure and interesting architecture design. At the same time, we need to think complex and establish the core principles to design smart city and actually city district which is open to smart technology and modern technologies. In this regard, I have to stress that this smartness is requiring specific group of new users and inhabitants in this area, but that will be later in my presentation. For example, we would like to build a positive energy district within the city, which is quite innovative, at least in the Czech and Slovak context. How we started, actually, one of the first steps we took was to organize International Open Urban Idea Competition. We got 27 proposals from different states, not only from the Czech Republic, but from Slovakia, Serbia, Poland as well, United Kingdom, Japan, or Singapore. And I have to say that, of course, it was not easy to choose the best proposal. In this regard, we used experience of one of our lighthouse cities, of the city of Rotterdam from the Netherlands, and they actually helped us. Their chief architect was the chairwoman of our jury. That was really important for us from the very beginning to have this outstanding group of people around this first step, around this international open urban idea competition. As you can see there is a photo from meeting of this jury and some of the master plan for the locality, which is on the right. A second and first step actually went in parallel because we are cooperating with Prague-based architect studio 8000 architects, and we began to work on the master plan. We started in November 2019, but this zoning study that I described before is covering larger territory. This master plan that we are working on is focused only on 2.5 hectare of the western part of the area which is occupied by district heating company Teplárny Brno. The goal is to create detailed proposition of modern neighborhood where people can comfortably live, work, and spend their leisure time. That's a really important aspect. We are not speaking only about residential area, but we are really speaking about a mix of functions. The proposal shall deal with complicated critical infrastructure that we have in the area and come up with solutions about current constructions that are located at the site. As you can see, the potential of the area is quite big, but there are some buildings that we would like to keep, that we would like to make preserve. And actually, not only master plan, but feasibility study was, as I said, second and third step. So these two steps went in parallel. This feasibility study is about setting and confirming individual parameters for the selection of future investor for the locality. That's a really crucial thing because City of Brno itself would be not flexible enough, I guess, or we guess, for development of the area. And we know the experience from other international projects. So that's why we are working, or we were working on master plan and feasibility study in parallel. I wanted to say a few more words about master plan. So master plan is focused on 3 basic pillars when creating the concept of a new development. We are talking about co-work hub, about culture hub, and about event hub. So these are already existing industrial buildings that will acquire new functions and will serve as the initiators that will attract the inhabitants of the city and the entire region, and not only inhabitants, but also new users. The existing industrial halls will become culture hub. The second pillar of the existing building, one serving as an archive of heating plants, should be used as a co-work hub. And largest dominant feature of the entire complex is this cooling tower, and we would like to actually change this building into event hub, so that should serve in the future as an event hub. So that's a very interesting concept, how we would like to actually take this area and give it back into city ecosystem. Here you can see actually culture hub, the co-work hub, and event hub. So these three pillars, and then other localities or other buildings within the area that should serve for living or working. Essential part of the whole consideration about this project is working on investment and replication plan. So that's why we are in this Horizon 2020 project, and that should be one of our concrete outputs. Now you can see some schemes or plans from master plan that is already ready, and some photos how this area can look or should look like according to the master plan. But of course, it's not only about planning how this area should be built up, but we are parallelly working on actually technological content of this new development. That's why we are actually currently organizing, even in this situation with COVID, expert tables on specific areas. So we have thermal grid, we have electrical grid, data and ICT, waste management, circular economy, and smart buildings. So we are organizing expert table to each of these topics, and actually now we are collecting outputs of these expert tables in order to know what we would like to implement in the terms of smartness in this locality. And actually it helps us to define our idea about technological side of this new development, because of course the city of Brno knows what should be there, but with the interaction with experts in area of, I don't know, waste management or circular economy, we are shaping these ideas into new shape and into new content that should be part of this replication and investment plan. During the roundtable, expert discussions actually consider different aspects of these topics. For example, investment cost, efficiency, impact on the achievement of the objectives, maintenance costs and operational costs, and of course, presence of positive externalities, which goes in line with the location of this ReSpitalka district area, which is really very close to the city center. It was important from us from the very beginning to look actually farther, so that it means that of course we have to cooperate with the company Teplárny Brno heating plant, and we have memorandum on cooperation between us and this company. But we actually listed, for example, this project into National Investment Plan of the Czech Republic. We feel that actually that can be really a good laboratory for smart solutions, and that we can actually use that as an inspiration for other localities within the city, and the other cities in the Czech Republic can use smart solutions that we are going to implement in this area in their own projects. Next steps, we actually would like to be part of this of the European Green Deal. We would like to We would like to gain other EU funding for projects, especially for the implementation part. But of course, it depends when the next programming period will start and actually what will be the new conditions. But it's not only Horizon 2020. If we look at this complex project, we can combine different other national grants or even operational programs for example, technologies and industry, or for integrated regional operational program. That is something that we are discussing with relevant ministries, and that is really important for us to know already now how ambitious we can be. If we are talking about new competencies for this kind of new urban development, for this kind of new area within the city, I would like to stress very important competencies. Actually, we are creating a new area, new district for urban people that prefer urban environment, that really like to be in the center of the city with very good connectivity or connectivity with public transport, because we are talking about smart city. We would like to actually have users and let's say inhabitants within this new city districts that are really close to creative and cultural branches. It's connected with the master plan and with ideas that we have with co-work and with events and culture. I think it's really important that the people that are there actually can use this facility, and that this area won't be empty, for example, at the weekends. We are looking for nature-based solutions. It's closely connected with the smart city concept, and smart city complex is about sustainability. But if we are talking about smart city, and of course smart city is closely connected with ITs, we are looking for IT skilled people that get used to use smart technologies and that are really happy to have a lot of applications in their smartphone. So that's actually something different from the ordinary or from the normal planning. If we are talking, for example, about residential areas within the city, we are really looking for mixture of function, mixture of people that would live there and work there, or use the facility, use the area time to time, for example, because of the cultural purposes. So in this regard, I think it's quite challenging, but we feel that this kind of project, when it's successful, can really attract people and can really help some kind of change in the whole locality, which is affected by brownfields and by actually industrial heritage from the past. So I wanted to be quite concrete, and hopefully I was able to manage my presentation within 20 minutes. Here are my contact details. You can follow us in Twitter, LinkedIn, website, of course. And if you would be interested in seeing actually how this area looks like currently and what we are planning, I will be happy to host you here in Brno when the situation will be better. Thank you very much for your attention, and thank you organizers for inviting me. Thank you.
Frantisek, bardzo dziękuję za ciekawą prezentację.
Frantisek, thank you very much for this interesting presentation. And what I can say, the 4th edition of the Urban Development Forum has just made history. Thank you very much for your time. I'm thanking all the audience members, all the speakers. For obvious reasons, we had to meet online this year. Nevertheless, I hope that you have been inspired with the presentations, and I am more than certain that next year we will meet in a more interesting and happier setting. So once again, I would like to thank everyone who have contributed to the 4th edition of Urban Development Forum. So unusual, but so important in a time like this. I would like to thank Poznań International Fair and the local staff who have been working hard to make sure that everything ran smoothly. All the presentations from all over Europe were delivered seamlessly. I would like to thank the International Cooperation Department from the City Council for their long hours of working on the agenda and the technical aspects of organizing an online forum. I would like to thank the interpreters of English and sign language. As I can see now, sign language, being a sign language interpreter is a tough job. Interpretation into English and Spanish was also an important contribution. Last but not least, once again, let me thank all the speakers, all the contributors for their inspiring presentations. Thank you for your insights, for presenting us solutions that Poland and Europe needs. We selected such aspects as traffic safety and 21st century competences. We are more than certain that such competences are key for future resilience of urban areas. Once again, thank you, and hope to see you next year.